Environment classes, we started with basics. We started with who coined the word environment, who is the father of environment, correct, who all contributed. First day we covered that. Then slowly we went on to the basics of ecology, environment. All of you know the basics now. In almost like around 9 classes we took, correct. In those classes PDF also I have given you, class notes is also available. Okay, and in those classes we have covered a lot of topics. We have covered biomes of the world, which is very important, mains question. And we have done natural vegetation in India also. Then we have defined what is forest, forest cover, green cover, tree cover, correct. Technical definitions also we have covered. There is the report I told you, India's state of forest report. India state of forest report, that also we have to cover. That I will take up. Today's class we are going to continue with biodiversity conservation. In one of the class I will take up that, because that PDF we have to read all those chapters one by one. So we are expecting few questions on bamboo this year. So because last time only we were expecting but didn't ask, so this year is a possible topic. So bamboo mission, national bamboo mission is there. So that related question they are going to ask. So like that, lot of topics are related from that book, State of Forest Report, published in 2023. Okay, it's the biennial report, published once in 2 years. That also we will cover. So apart from that, we have covered basics like animal kingdom, plant kingdom also we have covered. Correct. Speciation we have covered. What is ecide or ecophines, ecotypes, ecospecies, how speciation has occurred in various organisms. Correct. We have discussed allotropic speciation. Correct. Then we have discussed peripatric, paropatric, correct, sympatric speciation we have covered. So how different species have evolved. Let's say we were discussing Asian elephants, African elephants. We were discussing Asian lions, African lions. We were discussing cheetah, jaguar, leopard. How they are different from each other, like that. Those kind of topics also we have discussed. So those are all basics of ecology, actually. Basics of core ecology concepts. Now we are entering, okay, conservation part now. Okay, basics, environment, ecology part is over. The core science part is over now, because in this we have discussed a lot of science, biology related topics. Okay, now we are entering conservation related, conservation biology we call it as biology or conservation science. Okay, in conservation science what we are doing to conserve flora and fauna, very important topic. Okay, most of the questions are coming from this. Okay, and few questions from environment and ecology as such. So what you have to do is revise all those students, because of almost like 1.5 month gap, you have to revise this. 9 classes already recorded, available to you in your app. Please check that. One, go through the notes. Any doubt in this session, I'll be able to help you out with that. Okay, so I'm going to continue with conservation today. Okay, so biodiversity conservation. The topic is biodiversity conservation. In previous class, we have discussed what is biomass, biodiversity and all. Definition wise, you know. Okay, bio means life, diversity means variety. So biodiversity is all about variety of life forms, different species, organisms that have evolved naturally on the earth surface. So biodiversity. Conservation. See, why are we talking about conservation, or why should we conserve? That is a question here. Correct. Why are we talking about conservation? As such, we are also part of the animal kingdom. We are also a species, Homo sapiens. Correct. Just like any other species, we also have evolved naturally. Correct. Do you all agree? Correct. All other species have also evolved and they continue to thrive. Today, why are we talking about conservation of other species? Because we have threatened them. Because our existence, our evolution, our activities have threatened their existence. Remember, we are a species which evolved very late when compared to other species. Correct. We are a latecomer actually on earth. Correct. Rest of the species have thrived for millions of years. We came very late, and within few years, within a span of 200 years, you can imagine, from our industrial revolution till now, see what all we have done. We have threatened everything. Correct. Existence of life itself. Correct. We have not only threatened ourselves, we have threatened the existence of all other species as well. So we are going to kill ourselves also, and also kill other species also. So earth as a habitat, earth as a planet, earth is home to so many other species. That we have to realize first. We are not alone here. Correct. We are also a part of this planet, and we are also a species as such, and we should allow other species also to thrive. So most of us have that ideology that everything else exists for our convenience, for our benefit. Correct. We call everything, okay, there is a sheep or goat, means you think from food point of vieh. Correct, na? You think everything from your resource point of view. Oh, I can sell it, I can make money. Correct, right from the beginning we have done that. Exploitative nature, we call it as exploitative nature. So man has been a species which exploits everything else around. You notice that? You give us anything, we try to make money out of it, or we try to use it as a resource. One way or the other we try to exploit. And every activity of man has threatened the species around us. Correct? So, and also, why are we doing this? Correct. As a species, how are we different? That also you think. So, a lot of things has changed in us. As a species, when we all were apes. When we all evolved, we were apes. Just like other primates, monkeys. Correct. Prosimians, simians mein, monkeys we have, apes we have. We are apes actually. Like gorilla, chimpanzee, orangutan, gibbons. We evolved from chimpanzees. So in chimpanzees and all, the cranial capacity is less. Cranial capacity means the skull capacity is less. Their jaw size is bigger. You notice, gorilla, you notice, jaw size is larger and the cranial capacity is smaller. Correct. Gradually, when we all evolved, so we started inventing fire. Correct. We use fire to cook food. Correct. Consumption of meat reduced. As a result, what happened? So the jaw required strength of jaw was not required. Means jaw size is very strong and hard. Why? Because they have to chew down meat. They have to chew down nuts. Correct. So the jaw size is required, and also the ability to chew down hard substance is required. So when we started baking food, correct, after the invention of fire, that much strength is not required. Nah? So jaw size started to reduce. The strength, the overall capacity to chew down meat started reducing because we started cooking food, baking food. So jaw size started decreasing, right? So what happens when the jaw size decreased? So we have more space in the skull for the brain to grow. So brain started becoming larger. Our brain started becoming larger means more neuron network. More neuron network means more intelligence, more cognitive skills, more ability to think. Correct? Ability to make tools as well as innovate, increase. That's how we became different from the rest of the species. So as a result, so we started developing all this. See what all we have done. Today we talk about, space travel now. We have gone to an extent of space travel today, and it is a tourism now. Space tourism is there now. If you have money, they will take you to space and bring you back also. Correct? So we have conquered the world now as such. But the thing is, we have threatened everything else. So that is when we are now thinking about conservation now as such. So why as a species, humans, how are we different? Correct? Why are we talking about conservation of other species? Because we have ourselves threatened them. And because of this, man-nature conflict has increased. You notice man-nature conflict, correct, or man-animal conflict. Why am I using the word man-nature also? Think about it. Correct, a lot of diseases are coming from animals to humans. And our own existence have threatened our nature, and in turn nature is punishing us now. Correct. So man-animal conflict is one such question in mains. Correct. So this is one question in mains. Think about it. Okay, man-animal conflict now. Lot of diseases I was talking about, zoonosis. Correct. Zoonotic diseases. Okay, spread of diseases from animals to humans and spreads among the humans. Like Nipah case in West Bengal. So like that. So a lot of things we are doing is threatening our own existence here. So that is the reason now we are realized, okay, we can't continue this. We need to obey the laws of the nature. So we need to conserve. Correct. Avoid ourselves from over interfering with nature. Over interfering. I'm using the word over interfering means we are interfering with nature too constantly. We need to back off now. So that is the reason now we have realized that mistake. So we can't do this anymore. If we have to survive, we have to obey the laws of the nature. So conservation. So why we have to conserve? Because our own existence is threatened. If somebody asks you, or if you ask someone, why do you have to conserve? They'll say animals are important, animals are beautiful, all that. They look nice, all that they will say. But no, we have realized that because our own existence is threatened now. So you notice in most places, if you come to southern Karnataka, most of the national parks, tiger reserves have more tiger now. All those tigers are coming out of their territory now. Correct? So what is happening now? They are coming into human habitats. You come to Bangalore, I'll show you 5 leopards moving within the cities from one apartment to another apartment. Mysore airport has a tiger within the territory of the airport campus. One tiger is roaming around like a security guard. It has made the airport as its territory. Where I'm talking about the airport now. Next we'll be seeing it on the runway, looking at the planes and all. So this is how animals have already entered our space now. There is no longer a boundary, correct? And there was a leopard sitting like almost like around 20 yards from the house next to mine in Bangalore. So you can imagine now where we are going towards. So, so as a result, so this boundary between man and animal now no longer exists. So we are sharing spaces. We are sharing spaces now. As a result, we have to be very careful from now onwards, and that is going to be the challenge in future also. Okay. So number of man-animal conflict cases have increased tremendously. So as a result, now we need to conserve them in their own habitat. Correct. At the same time, we need to respect their space also. Okay. Because most of the places, what is happening in the name of tourism, we have built resorts close to the forest and all. We have built resorts and all. So that is increasing the conflict now. Okay. And agricultural land is increasing. Deforestation. Correct. More and more crops you start growing in the vicinity of forest. Animals start coming down. Okay. We are cutting down their corridors. Corridors means wildlife corridor. Let's say there is one forest here, another forest there. There was a corridor earlier. Animals used to move from one place to another in search of food and water. Correct. So now what is happening? You have built a village here. So the animals have to pass through that corridors, wildlife corridors. As a result, one question on wildlife corridors also. So I'm telling you now only. So zoonotic diseases or zoonosis or spillover, we call it as, is going to be one main question. Increasing cases of zoonotic diseases. Zoonotic diseases. Okay. The spread of diseases from animals to humans, and it is spreading among us, is called as zoonosis. Zoonosis. Also called as spillover. See the word spillover. They'll use this kind of word, spillover. Okay. Then you should know, okay, they are talking about zoonosis here. And imagine we are not a small country with less population. Population density is very high. And every day we are in close contact like this. If one person is sick, obviously we start spreading very quickly. Like COVID is also a zoonosis. So as a result, it is a very scary topic when we talk about how we are threatening them, and in turn animals also are fighting back. Biodiversity conservation. So how do you conserve? Either in their own habitat. Those species in their own natural habitat like national park, tiger reserves, you conserve them there. That is in situ conservation, in their own habitat. Or you bring them out, conserve outside like botanical gardens, zoos, ex situ conservation. Ex situ conservation. Okay, please write now. I'll write in the page, I'll write here biodiversity. Wonderful topic. So you have to understand this topic. They'll ask from various point of view, conservation point of view, organizations and all they will ask. In situ conservation is when you conserve a species within its own habitat. Ex situ conservation is when you bring it outside its habitat. Conserve it in a botanical garden or a zoo or a cryopreservation, seed bank, correct, like that. Your garden, for example, is ex situ conservation. In situ, ex situ conservation. So conservation of organisms in its own habitat. Please write one small line quickly. Habitat, all of you know. Here conservation of species outside its habitat. For this we have protected area network. In situ conservation ke liye we have developed large number of protected area network. We call it as biosphere reserves we have today. Biosphere reserves, correct. We have national park, national parks, wildlife sanctuary. Remember we have discussed this differences between wildlife sanctuary, national park and all I have given like this. And I have discussed environmental laws in India, how the laws evolved in India. Remember we started from 1878, starting from earliest law, correct. Then we came down. So starting national park, wildlife sanctuary, reserved forest, protected forest, village forest and all we have discussed. National park, wildlife sanctuaries, tiger reserves, I'll write elephant sanctuaries or elephant reserves, bird sanctuaries, right, Ramsar sites. This also we have discussed, correct. Ramsar sites, Ramsar convention also we have discussed. I don't have space, so I'll write here conservation reserve, community reserve. Oh, this is going out of page. I'll write in the next page, okay. So many things we have. Okay. So biosphere reserve, national parks, elephant reserves, wildlife sanctuaries, tiger reserves, bird sanctuary, conservation reserve, Ramsar sites, community, all this we have done for conservation of species in their own habitat. Correct? So I'll tell you what is what. So Ramsar site, all of you know. Ramsar site, the concept of Ramsar site started in 1971. Remember International Conference on the Conservation of Wetlands and Waterfowl, 1971, held in Ramsar, Iran. Yes, that is how we got this concept. It's a international recognition to wetlands, basically. Then biosphere reserves also came from UNESCO. UNESCO's Man and Biosphere Reserve concept. So they started a program called Man and Biosphere Reserve, recognizing all important biosphere reserves. So from there India borrowed it, and we have 18 biosphere reserves today. 18 biosphere reserves, that also I have shown in the atlas. 18 biosphere reserves as of now. Correct? These numbers you don't have to remember as of now, because numbers keep changing, increasing. So as of now 18 biosphere reserves. Remember Ramsar sites? Correct? It's like almost like increasing now. 90 plus now. 98 now almost. So close to 100. So we'll write 98. Okay. So as of date also we'll write this is 2026, because after few days you watch the class, then you will see sir has given the old number. So I am writing the name just to be on a safe side. Okay. So this is Feb, because the number of Ramsar sites are increasing. Correct? Day by day. So Ramsar sites we have 100 plus national parks we have, 50 plus tiger reserves we have. Okay, like that, increasing. Why are we trying to increase them? Because we need to conserve them in their own habitat, providing them more space. Otherwise what happens when they come out of their spaces? It leads to conflict. And you notice this, when any animal comes out of their territory, harms any humans, what are we going to do? What is our reaction? Our thought is not evolved. We are not showing sympathy here. In turn we kill that animal. Try to understand this, how crude we are. Let's say as a species we think that we are intelligent, and we have done all this, and we don't have sympathy. Any animal comes out of its territory, we don't realize it's our mistake. We are the one which are going towards the forest. Correct? Cutting down the trees and all, destroying their habitat. We don't realize that that is the reason, source of conflict. Any tiger comes out and kills the cattle, people are, oh, the tiger killed it. I will tell you the instances, those instances are so worrisome that we have stooped to that level. There is a tiger called Tiger Avani in Maharashtra. That incident happened. So there were a lot of death inside the forest. People blame the tiger is killing the humans, whereas people were killing those, let's say murders were taking place, and they were blaming it on the tiger. So eventually the forest department took a decision to kill the animal. Then they realized it was not the tiger which was killing those people, it was a murder case. So many murders were being done around the forest, and they were dumping the body in the forest, like that. So lot of instances have taken place. So that is the reason I am telling you. So what we have done, conservation we are doing, but any animal coming out of this territory, any conflict, we are not properly evaluating the situation. We are killing the animal in turn. So that is the situation here. So all this we have done now. So tiger reserves and all I have told you. These two are new, community reserve, conservation reserve and all. So we'll discuss this separately. Okay. But as of now, all of you should know Ramsar site and biosphere reserves are the one which we have taken from other organization. Ramsar site from International Convention on Wetlands. Biosphere reserves from UNESCO. Rest is all that we have certain sections in WLP. Wildlife Protection Act mein, we have certain sections mentioned about all this. Remember I was talking about section 18, Wildlife Sanctuary, 35, National Park. Okay. So like this. This comes in 36, section 36A and section 36C of WLP, Wildlife Protection Act. So all these are in our Wildlife Protection Act already. Okay. So I'll tell you the difference also later on. For now you remember this we have. Okay. These are in situ conservation, where we are trying to conserve a species in its own habitat. So this one is clear. Okay. National parks we have again terrestrial, land based, and ocean, water based, marine. Okay. This part is clear. Ex situ conservation, may notice this. Please see. We have seed bank, cryopreservation, field gene banks, sacred plants, home garden. Remember Ayurvedic plants and all, they have some garden in the forest and all. That is sacred plant, they are calling it as. Then arboreta. Arboreta is where we have trees. Remember bonsai and all. Those bonsais and all are kept in some place. Some trees are being grown. That is arboreta. Botanical garden. Okay. Zoo. or zoological park, aquarium. Aquarium is where we have large aquariums. Okay. So like this is ex situ conservation, where we are bringing the species outside its habitat and conserving it. For example, in this, seed banks are important. They are in news. Seed bank. Cryopreservation in news. Cryopreservation is storing. What is, see the word cryo? Remember cryosphere? Very low temperature. Cryo means not ice. It means very low temperature. Okay. So, for example, in cryopreservation, what they do, they use liquid nitrogen and they conserve a cell or a tissue or an embryo at a very low temperature, minus 196 degrees Celsius. Remember, minus 196. Minus 196 degrees Celsius mein, it stops all metabolic activity. So that particular cell, tissue, embryo can be stored without damaging it. So we store it at minus 196 degrees Celsius using liquid nitrogen. That is cryopreservation. Seed bank we have. I'll show you. I've brought some pictures. How to go to next page. We'll come to this. So this is a seed bank. India's seed bank in Ladakh. In Ladakh there is a place called Changla, Ladakh. So at the height of 17,500 feet, so we have our seed vault where we have stored all types of seed plants in the country. Okay, this is the second largest seed vault in the world. First comes in Spitsbergen Island, Norway. Correct, Doomsday Seed Vault. That is first one, international seed vault. Where? In Norway, island, Spitsbergen Island. In World Geography class I have mentioned. So this is India's seed vault. Okay. So this is a joint venture built by DIHAR, Defense Institute of High Altitude Research. DI, Defense Institute for High Altitude Research. They are doing this, and we have another organization called National. Okay, right? National Bureau. Okay, I'll write. Plant genetic resource. I'll write in the page here. So I'm talking about ex situ now. Spelling I'll write here. India's seed vault I'm talking about. Give me 1 second. Located in Changla. What did I do? Changla, Ladakh. Okay, altitude is 7,500 feet, and this is by DIHAR and National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resource. This is Defense Institute for High Altitude Research. I think this is clear. High altitude. Altitude means higher elevation. Okay, this is clear. This is National Bureau. They'll ask this. Bureau of Plant Genetic Resource. Plant Genetic Resources. These two organizations have set up this. Which one? 2006. This is actually world's first also. We were the first country to start this. Okay. Okay. So this is what? Ex situ conservation or in situ conservation? Ex situ conservation. Okay. Seed vault. Remember the word seed here again. We have discussed vascular, non-vascular in plant kingdom. In vascular again we have discussed spore producing, seed producing. Seed producing again we have discussed flowering, non-flowering. Angiosperm, gymnosperm. All that. Angiosperm, gymnosperms basically are stored here. So you are asking, sir, why we have to safeguard them? We can keep it here in our home. Correct. Earlier villagers used to do that. Correct, in their granaries they used to store. Correct. But here preserving at a lower temperature. So we use temperatures very low, minus 4 degrees Celsius. Maximum temperature in this place is minus 4. Can you imagine? Maximum temperature in this place is -4. So it will be below -4 here. -4 to -40 it will be here. Naturally refrigerated place. Here we have to use artificial refrigeration. Correct? Here naturally. And also this place is safe, surrounded by glaciers always. As a result, naturally preserved. So in case of flood here, in case of any activity, let's say earthquake, we might lose some species, some plant species. If it is lost here, we can bring the seed and we can cultivate again. And also due to hybridization, most of the native varieties are being lost. Earlier India had 1000 varieties of paddy. Now we have hardly 600 left. That means we are losing our correct native species first. That is the reason we need to save them. That is the reason we started this. This became, see, I told you, -4 to -40, preserving at a very low temperature. So so it holds nearly 5000 seeds, second largest seed depository in the world. Second largest seed depository in the world is Changla. This became the basis for International Seed Vault, which was established in 2012. Ours is 2006, this one. Okay. In 2012, there was rumor that world is going to end. Remember 2012? We all have survived that, correct? Year. That fear was there. Oh, this year end, everybody is going to die. Because that Mayan calendar had predicted that the 2022, or 2012, the world might end. That is the calendar we had, Mayan calendar. So everybody thought that is true. Correct? Some people committed suicide in 2012 also, fearing that end of the world. Correct? So as a result, so in 2012, everybody thought, okay, that might happen, the flood might occur and everything might get destroyed. Some of the people who survive might die because of lack of food. So they wanted to save the seeds. So they started this International Seed Vault in Spitsbergen in here. Okay, Norway here. Belongs to Norway. So it's like a chamber like this, see, within the glacier, surrounded by ice. This is the entrance, and this is the entrance. You can see here, this and this. Inside the ice, you can see like this. 3 vaults are there, where all the countries have contributed seeds. All countries. In Changla, we have India alone. Here we have all the countries contributing seeds. So this is what ex situ conservation. I'm just giving an example. So this, they already have asked. Okay, International Seed Vault. So it's world's largest seed depository in the world. Ours is second largest. So please remember these two. Okay, International Seed Vault and our National Seed Vault. I think these two are clear now. So the words meaning I have told you, just in case if you want to know. Okay. Ex situ, in situ conservation. Let's continue with this. Yeah, you notice this. Any national park, biosphere reserve or wildlife sanctuary, if you take that area, I am taking it as this biosphere reserve or a national park. It will have 3 areas like this. One is core, where the density is very high, forest density. Correct, forest cover, wildlife density is very high. That is called as core. So in any national park, biosphere reserve, wherever the forest density and animal density, wildlife density is very high, that part will be demarcated as core. Around that is buffer zone. Around that is transition zone. So there are 3 parts of a national park or a biosphere reserve. Okay. So in core, we don't allow any type of human habitation. Even if it is present, we reallocate them out. Let's say the tribal colony was there earlier. Now because of conserving them, the forest, wildlife, we are reallocating them to outside. Where? Into the transition zone or in the buffer. In the core, we don't have any human habitation now. Across the country, all national park, biosphere reserves, we have almost reallocated every settlement. So core doesn't contain human habitation. So core is only for monitoring, research. Correct, not allowed for tourism also. Even Supreme Court said in the core of the national park, biosphere reserve, we are not supposed to conduct any tourism activities also. So as a result, core is dedicated for monitoring and research, conservation purpose. Core, conservation here. Buffer, you notice, buffer mein research is allowed. Human habitation is allowed. You can see education, correct, is allowed, means research and all. Okay, you can notice that. Tourism is allowed here in core and transition zone. Here the restrictions are less. Here the restrictions are more. So just remember core, buffer, transition. 3 parts: core, buffer and transition. So you visit any national park, for example, they will not take you to the core, they will just go around like this between transition zone and buffer. Okay. So most of the conservation takes place where? Here in the core, in situ conservation. Okay. So this entire region is built divided into territories now. For example, I told you tigers are territorial. So if you conserve one tiger, you will be conserving the entire territory as such. Correct. What tigers do? They will mark territories and they maintain the territory. Okay. As a result, if you are conserving one tiger, you will be conserving the entire territory, the species there, soil, wildlife, other wildlife there as well. Okay. So already I have told you why tiger was declared as a national animal, why tiger conservation becomes very important here in conservation of flora and fauna. Okay. So this is easy. Now come to this. So national parks, tiger reserves, earlier they had a vast spread. Biosphere reserves, national parks and all. Our green cover was very high. Remember I was telling you in 1901, at the beginning of this 20th century, almost around 35 to 40% was our forest cover. And I was giving you the timeline. In the beginning of 15th century when the Europeans came, so almost 50 to 60% of our land was under forest cover. When the Europeans came, that is Portuguese, when they came here, one visitor, one traveler, he had made a document saying nearly 60% of this land is under tree cover, forest cover. So that was the case of India earlier. Now you see only hardly 21-22% is there now. Forest cover, correct? So we have lost lot of forest. So habitat fragmentation has taken place. So there is one habitat here, another habitat here. See, this middle part is gone here, and small corridors are left. And that corridors also what we are doing now, habitation, railway tracks, roads, resorts have come up, plantations have come up, where animal movement is restricted. So then, if I take a core, buffer zone, corridor, it looks like this. So this is the core, buffer, transition zone, and this is the corridor. So animals used to move like this from one national park, biosphere reserve to another. Correct, where human habitations have come up here in these places. So what is happening now? Many places the villages have come up here. These are villages now. What happens when the villages are here? Animals have to move through this region, so it causes conflict. In many places, people have realized, okay, they have come up in their territory, in the animals' territory. We need to conserve them. If we conserve this area by afforestation, reforestation, correct, animals will not harm us. In many places, people are growing plants which are, let's say, consumed by animals. For example, I will tell you one example in, let's say, in conservation biology, where people themselves are growing lot of sugar cane, and groundnut and all, so that elephants come and graze. They are growing food for the elephants now. So community here, the community of villagers who are living here, they themselves are carrying out conservation, because they know if they cut down the trees, animals will come into their homes. So we have to conserve it. So that led to conservation community reserves. So what are community reserves? Community reserves are those places where the community, village community, are conserving the region area, and the land is owned by the community here. So they are growing the trees, they are growing the plants here and conserving this area, so that animals don't come in conflict with them, so that easily they pass. So such areas which come in the buffer zone or in the corridor, where the communities themselves conserve that area, are called as community reserve. Similarly, let's say there is another place here. This land is owned by the government, let's say, government owned land. And if the government is trying to go for afforestation, reforestation and bridge the corridor again, that is called as conservation reserve. So there are two things. What is conservation reserve and what is community reserve? They'll ask. What is the difference? I'll tell you now, simple words. Community reserve, land is owned by villagers. In conservation reserve, land is owned by government. That's the main difference. Okay. So here the community has realized the importance of that place. So they are going for afforestation, reforestation and protecting it. So that is community reserve. Whereas here the government themselves, I told you, remember, trees outside forest, TOF. So government is planting trees here to increase the wildlife corridor, okay, or increase the wildlife movement. That is called as conservation reserve. So community reserve, conservation reserve. This comes in section 36C of WLP. This comes in section 36A of WLP. WLP is Wildlife Protection Act. Okay. So what are community reserve and conservation reserve? All of you know now. So what if they don't do this? What if community doesn't do this? What if the government doesn't do this? You tell me what happens. This corridor also will vanish. Whatever corridor left, that also will vanish, and the forest will become even more fragmented. This will be completely cut off from this. This will be completely cut off from this. What will happen then? Animals will not have a corridor to move. That will increase the conflict more. Correct. Loss of wildlife, increased loss to agricultural land and all. Many people will die also. So that will increase the. By doing this, what will happen? At least the animals will move freely. Correct. Habitat fragmentation we have to avoid. Now they are trying to make flyovers through the forest wherever the roads are there, because most of the places British had built roads through the national park. We continued that after independence. Now what is happening? Road kill is very high. The speeding vehicles, animals crossing. What will happen? The vehicles will hit the animals. So that is leading to a lot of death. Road kill, rail kill. Remember the railway track passing through the national park? Many elephants have died. Tigers have died. Correct. Now they are coming up with new technology like anti-collision sensors they are setting up. The train have anti-collision sensor. If there is something standing in front, elephants, sometimes they come and stand on the track like this, because they'll be in herds, right? The speeding train obviously will not be able to do anything. So that is the reason now anti-collision sensors means what? The train automatically slows down. Correct. So all this is very important. So road kill, rail kill we can avoid by going for afforestation, reforestation. We increase our tree cover, green cover also, and at the same time species also conserved, conflict also less. Okay, we'll take one example, two examples. Okay, please write that. Okay, so community reserve, conservation reserve, all of you know. So where does this community reserve, conservation reserve come up? In the corridors, basically in the transition zone. That also I'll mention. This community reserve and conservation reserve basically come up in please mention that also, in the transition zone and the corridors. Transition and corridors, wildlife corridors. Community reserve when the community owns the land. If the government owns the land, conservation reserve. That's a simple difference. So in first community reserve example I'll tell you. There is a place called Kokre-Belur. Kokre-Belur became India's first conservation reserve. In this village there are a lot of trees and a lot of birds. It's in the vicinity of water bank, so as a result a lot of birds feed here on the trees. So they nest around the trees. What happens when there are a lot of birds? Thousands of birds. So one problem for the locals will be lot of noise, chirping of birds early in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning itself they have to wake up. That one. That is a good alarm actually. Plus bird droppings. The bird droppings will be everywhere, on your house, on your car. If you go and park your car and go like this, by the time you come back they'll be full of like bird droppings on the car. You'll be wondering what to do now. For first day you'll be wondering, okay, I'll wash it with water and all. But every day you notice what will happen. Think of it as what people will obviously, you know how they are. Damage ho gaya, acid secretion in it will damage the car and all. So they started killing them. They started throwing the eggs and all, stealing the eggs so that the birds don't thrive. So they started destroying the nest and all, and they started cutting trees also. So they found out that once the birds left, they had to spend more money on the fertilizers. Earlier the bird droppings were increasing the soil fertility. So then they realized, okay, the birds were there, that is the reason we never spent even 1 rupee on fertilizers. And everything you put, it was growing well. So many people realize this, okay, we shouldn't have chased the birds away. We shouldn't have harmed the trees or cut down the trees, because those birds will come back only if we grow trees. So what they did, they started growing trees now. So lot of trees were planted across the farms. Houses and all, they started putting shade nets and all, car parks and all they built so that the bird droppings doesn't harm them, vehicles also. So they made some changes in their routine and they started growing trees. What happened? The birds came back. Correct. When the birds came back, what happened? Again, the soil became very fertile. They started growing more food. Correct. As a result, it's a win-win concept here, where the community also thrived, birds also thrived. That became a bird sanctuary. People from all around the place started coming there. Correct. When this became a news that the people have done this, so it became very popular. A lot of tourists started coming there. What happens when the tourists come? Revenue. So villages started getting revenue now. So many people set up their hotels, homestays and all they did. So that became popular. And many school kids are trained there. If you go to that place, Kokre Beluru, a lot of kids will come to you. They'll take you as a guide. And they'll tell you which bird is what. Because they know them very well. So they'll tell you all the birds. Around 150 species they'll count. They'll tell you easily. So obviously what will you do? Before going, you will tip him 100, 200, 300. So you got pocket money also. See? So now what happens? That person will grow up to become a biodiversity conservationist now. Eventually that love towards nature will transform into conservation. So like this. So that is Kokre Belur became India's first community reserve. Okay, so that is the story of this place. So another place, conservation reserve, is a place called Jil Mill Conservation Reserve, Uttarakhand. Okay, so first example I gave you was Kokre Beluru. This is Karnataka. Okay, Kokre is a water bird. Okay, Kokre Beluru. First conservation reserve, Jil Mill. Jil Mill Conservation Reserve. This is in Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand. This is also like this, where there are a lot of land. Government owned it. So what the government did, instead of keeping the barren land, let's grow some trees. So they started growing all the native trees there. So then what happened? It became so popular, animals started visiting them. So it became a wildlife habitat slowly. So the government themselves created a sanctuary now, sanctuary for wildlife. So it became one of the popular conservation reserves in Uttarakhand. So then the government realized, okay, this can become a model for the rest of the country. So they added community reserve, conservation reserve in WLP. WLP was passed in 1972. It has been amended many times. So in 2002, these two were added as part of the conservation. So that is I mentioned section 36C and section 36A of WLP. Okay. So now you know, okay, how the conservation reserve, community reserve comes up. To protect the habitat, especially in the transition zone and corridors. By doing this, what we can do, we can bridge the national park by doing this. So whatever corridors that were broken, habitat fragmentation had taken place, we can reduce. See, I'm using the word habitat fragmentation. Habitat fragmentation. Earlier, lot of areas were under forest. Now it has been lost due to railway tracks, roads, resorts, plantation estates and all. So habitat fragmentation has taken place in the country. So we can avoid that by bridging the corridor. So this topic is already there in the news. Supreme Court has a case, one particular case is there in Supreme Court about wildlife corridor in Nilgiris. Nilgiris is Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala border. These three areas mein Western Ghats meets the Eastern Ghats. Okay, Western Ghats here, Western Ghats this side, East meets the Eastern Ghats here. This is Karnataka this side, Tamil Nadu here and Kerala here. Three states. Junction is Nilgiris, correct? So if you notice the map, okay, I'll tell you here. So please notice this. This is one of the very important topic, wildlife corridors. This is Western Ghats, all of you know that. Correct? This is Eastern Ghats here. This is Nilgiris. This part is Nilgiris here. So this is Karnataka, this is Tamil Nadu, this is Kerala here. Okay, this region is called as Bokkapuram. Bokkapuram is a place where Western Ghats meet Eastern Ghats. Bokkapuram Plateau here. I'll write here. Bokkapuram Plateau. Bokkapuram Plateau connects Western Ghats to Eastern Ghats here in this area. And Bokkapuram presently comes near Masina Gudi. Mashinagudi, Tamil Nadu. It is just after, let's say, Bandipur. Okay, after Bandipur to Uti route mein, you will get this place, Mashinagudi, Tamil Nadu. Okay, this Bokkapuram is very important place. What has happened here in Bokkapuram? Lot of resorts have come up, around 40 of them. Homestays have come up. Correct, you know what people do? Oh, they know a lot of tourists will come. So they will make money, so they build homestays here. So this is where Western Ghats connect to Eastern Ghats. So animals move like this. Tigers, leopards, elephants move. So this is a major wildlife corridor in India. This is a major wildlife corridor, just like a Siliguri corridor we have. This is one of the major corridors here. Okay, so Siliguri corridor connects India to the northeast. Correct. Just like that, this is the corridor which connects the Western Ghats to Eastern Ghats. So around 40 to 50 resorts are there, illegal. Without permission they have come up. Where both sides, all the three sides, especially in Tamil Nadu. So what is happening now? Supreme Court wants them to shut down. So there is a case going on now. So as a result, like this, many issues are there, where government is trying to remove all these resorts, illegal resorts. So re-establish the corridor. You understand the word re-establish? Re-establish the wildlife corridor. Okay. So in that way they can reduce the conflict. So they might ask, where is Bokkapuram Plateau, which connects Western Ghats to Eastern Ghats. If you go and stand here, you can see there mountains like this, both the sides joining. Very beautiful place. Okay. So in these places what we have? Conservation reserve, community reserves will come up. So that way we can increase the conservation efforts. This I will clear, okay? This part I will clear. So all of you know the terms now. All of you know IUCN, International. Okay, one second. I'll tell you about the basics first. Okay, we'll start. We have an organization called, I'll write here, IUCN, International, please write, Union for Conservation of Nature. Conservation of nature. Earlier it was conservation of nature and natural resources. Now they have come down to conservation of nature in general. Conservation of, okay, remember, there is a lot of smudging takes place when we write. This is I, okay. So please remember this, IUCN. This is located in Gland, a place called Gland in Switzerland. Headquarters is in Gland, Switzerland. Reverse. But this will make a lot of noise this side. So I am using this side. Okay, so this Gland is in Switzerland, please write. So established in 1948. Okay. So remember, this is a very important organization. So they are the one who provide data about the status of the species. So all the species on earth, both plants, animals as well as fungi, they provide the data not only about plants and animals but also about fungi. So please write, so conservation status, they provide conservation status of plants, all plants, animals and fungi. So these three. In question they'll ask, IUCN provides conservation status of plants and animals only. Then that statement is wrong. Be careful. Because most books they have covered only plants and animals. But IUCN has released the data of 1,000 fungi species around the world. As a result, they provide conservation status of fungi also. Okay. So when they have to give the status, first they have to collect the data. Most of the time we don't have data. Then, data also, and also sometimes that particular species is new, not evaluated at all. So then they'll say any. any. Okay, you can notice there are 9 categories here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So how many categories also they will ask. IUCN provides the conservation status using 9 criteria here. 9 status they will give. So which are the first one? Not evaluated means that particular species ke bare mein we don't have any information. Okay, very new to us. Okay, that is not evaluated. Or if we have a species but we have not collected data. Okay, because some of the species exist where? In the dense jungle, dense forest, we don't know. Correct, we have not collected data, that is not evaluated. Sometimes even species ke bare mein we know, but exact numbers we don't know. Exact numbers, its spread, spatial spread of the species, number of species, that data is not there. Okay, that is data deficient. That particular species has been recognized, whether it is a plant or animal or a fungi, it has been recognized, but we don't have exact number. So data deficient, DD. Then if the data is available, adequate data is there about the species. If there are large in number without any worry, so least concern. Humans are in least concern. Homo sapiens are least concern. Remember. So you got it, correct. So we are here, least concern as of now, because we know as a species we are thriving well. So we are here. Even crows are least concern. So if the particular species is in any form of threat, slowly it becomes near threatened, slightly threatened. Okay, because its habitat is getting destroyed. Why a particular species will be destroyed or it will be threatened? Because habitat is destroyed. Correct. We are destroying its habitat. Food, its overall food base is decreasing. That is another reason. Correct. Prey base is decreasing. Then also near threatened. So when it starts declining rapidly, then vulnerable, endangered, critically endangered. These are the ones mentioned in Red Data book. In Red Data book published by IUCN, IUCN published a book called Red Data book. Red Data book. Okay, is published for which category of species? Which are vulnerable, endangered, critically endangered. Red Data book. So Red Data book, they'll ask, Red Data book includes what category of species? The species which come under vulnerable, endangered, critically endangered. For example, house sparrow. Sparrow, remember sparrow, small bird that lives in villages in the tiles ke beach mein. They'll make nest and all. They are near threatened now. Now they are entering vulnerable category now. So some of the, like tiger is critically endangered, like that. So many species are in this threatened categories. Remember, order they will ask. If you ask me in prelims what they can ask, sir, they can ask about IUCN, where it is based, when it was formed, who publishes the book, Red Data book, IUCN. So what do? They provide conservation status to plants, animals and fungi, correct. Then this they will ask. Arrange them in a proper order. Least concern, near threatened, vulnerable, endangered, critically endangered. This order they will ask. Just remember, very easy. That is the reason I went from here. I started from here. If no data is there, data deficient. You can see, easily you can understand. If the particular species is thriving well, least concern. Then near threatened. If its habitat is destroyed, if it is declining, vulnerable, endangered, critically endangered. So once it is extinct in the wild, EW. Correct. For example, cheetah, Indian cheetah, went extinct because of hunting. Correct. One Maharaja of Diopur, he killed last 3 surviving cheetahs in 1950s. So after that, cheetah went extinct in the wild. Extinct. So now we are trying to reintroduce cheetah from Africa, from Namibia, South Africa and all. We are bringing cheetah now. So that is a different story. But now I am telling you how the animals will go extinct, either due to hunting, poaching. Correct. Its prey base is declining, its habitat is declining. The species will go extinct because of human activity. So all of you know this threatened categories. So which species are mentioned in the Red Data book? Vulnerable, endangered and critically endangered. Conservation of nature, okay? This one, IUCN, International Union for Conservation of Nature. So this Red Data book ke bare mein questions will come. I am telling you. They'll give you 4-5 species. Which of them are mentioned in the Red Data book? They are asking now. So this is a definite Red Data book ke bare mein we have to cover. Separate topic will do. plants, animals we have to cover. Some current affairs which require some concept, because it was like bit only current affairs will be very dry. So I am bringing in both some concepts which are new words which nobody has heard, those kind of words. So that will help you in case if they ask. Okay. Give me 1 second, let me turn this on. So in yesterday's class we were discussing biodiversity conservation. Okay, both in situ conservation and ex situ conservation. In this we call all this as protected area network. All this, remember, national parks, sanctuaries, biosphere reserves, Ramsar site, I gave you a list. All those are called as protected area network. Remember, PAN. That is important. So yesterday I mentioned it, but I forgot to mention that word, protected area network. If they ask you in mains exam, India has large number of protected area network, but still we are unable to conserve the species as we intend to. Why? Then you'll be wondering, what is protected area network? Nobody told us. Protected area network includes everything that we have, like biosphere reserves, national parks, tiger reserves, elephant reserves, bird sanctuaries, Ramsar sites, all that together it's called as protected area network. Some students confuse this with protected forest. Protected forest is separate. It's a classification of reserved forest. Remember, protected area network is different. So go back in notes, in yesterday's class notes, where we have written in situ conservation. So many words we wrote. All that together it is called as protected area network. Please write that. Protected area network, if they ask you, you should remember they are asking about biosphere reserves, national park, tiger reserve, bird sanctuaries, elephant reserve, Ramsar sites, conservation reserve, community reserve, all that are India's protected area network. All this we are using, correct, giving them legal protection to forest as well as wildlife. Okay. So this part, protected area network. Then I was talking about ex situ conservation as well. Okay. So in this I was talking about conservation reserve, how they come up, community reserve, how they come up. When the community decides to conserve, the villagers decide to conserve that corridor or a transition or a buffer by afforestation, reforestation. Correct. So that is community reserve. If the government decides to conserve in their land, government land, that is conservation reserve. Clear? Yesterday I was trying to recall one example. Yesterday I couldn't, but that example is very important for exam. There is a place in eastern Assam, Karbi-Anglong district bolke. Karbi-Anglong district. Okay, I'll write. Very important. I think this will come. So this is an example for community reserve. Yesterday's class. Example for community reserve I am talking about. So there is a place that is Karbi-Anglong district of Assam. Eastern Assam mein, okay, it will come. It is an extension of Garo Kasi Jaintia. Remember Meghalaya? After Meghalaya comes this Karbi-Anglong. There is a mountain range also, Karbi-Anglong range. So this Karbi-Anglong district mein, so there are a lot of elephants in this region. So earlier what used to happen? Lot of elephants used to raid the villages. You know what herd of elephants can do? When they enter the village, they ransack everything. They'll push the houses, they'll kill people, they eat everything. Correct? All the farms were destroyed. Everything was completely destroyed by the elephants. So villagers, what they used to do? In turn, they also used to harass the elephants. They used to, fire crackers, shoot the elephants, burn the forest. All that they used to do. There was a huge man-animal conflict here in Karbi-Anglong district, because it is like the region where there is forest also, and it comes down gradually into grassland and river bank, Brahmaputra river bank. As a result, lot of conflict is there here. So this is one of the places with the highest conflict, elephant conflict, man-animal conflict. So it went on for decades. I am not talking about 1 year, 2 year. Went on for decades, where people have to leave their village and go. So people realized this is not going to work out. So what they did, there were a lot of 300 acres of barren land. So what they did, they started growing certain plants, let's say napier grass, which are very favorite to elephants, bamboos, jackfruits, elephant apple, correct, and sugarcane. These are favorite, elephants' favorite. So they used to grow all that in land, because those are barren land. So they started growing that. So what elephants realized, okay, if I go there, I'll get food. They started going to that place only. Instead of going to the village or their farms, all the elephants used to come to that place where the villagers had grown these crops, and they used to eat everything, and they used to go. Again, the farmers used to cultivate that. So from man-animal conflict, it became what? Hathi Bandhu community. Hathi Bandhu. So remember, Hathi haters to Hathi Bandhu. That is a transformation. The village saw. The place is Hathi Kuli. Place is Hathi Kuli. I am talking about. The name itself is Hathi. So even Prime Minister mentioned this place in his Man Ki Baat. As a result, it got instant recognition. Community-based conservation. We are talking about community-based. These are some of the case studies we should be proud about, where Hathi people who live here are called as Hathi Bandhus now. Means friends of elephants. English translation, friends of elephants. So remember the case study, okay? So community reserve, best example, this is Hathi Kuli Conservation Reserve, or Community Reserve, sorry. Hathi Kuli Community Reserve. So nearly 300 acres of barren land were transformed into Hathi feeding grounds. Hathi feeding grounds. So this is an example of how humans can coexist with nature or with animals. Correct. There were extents they had killed elephants also. Correct. There were instances in this village where elephants were killed. Very lot of farmers were killed due to conflict. Now, no death, no casualty. So this has transformed this place into tourism now. So a lot of tourists now go there. Even I have been there. So as a result, what we do, we take photographs and all. That is a place where we go and talk about community conservation. One of the prime examples. Okay. So they started growing these, which are favorite. Elephant apple. Elephant apple is bale. Okay. Napier, super napier grass. All these are certain crops. They started growing in that barren land, which became popular, and elephants started visiting them frequently, resulting in successful conservation, successful coexistence. Okay, so this is one example of community reserve. Yesterday I gave you one example called Kokre Beluru. Kokre Beluru is bird. Conflict is not much, correct, when it comes to birds. Only problem villagers faced with the birds was the sound of the birds early in the morning or late in the evening and the bird droppings. But here it is actual conflict where elephants and humans used to interact. So Hathi Kuli, you can read this if you want more information. So but these examples you have to include when you write answers. Okay, so as a result that will have more weightage. So this is one of the prime examples of community conservation. So what government did now, so they made it a part of policy now, National Forest Policy. So in the recent forest amendment, conservation amendment, they included this. So across the country, wherever we have barren lands and wherever there are elephants in that vicinity, we should use that for growing the food for the elephants. In that way, we can reduce the conflict. By doing this, man-animal conflict will come down to an extent. Otherwise, there are so a lot of places. If you come to places like today's Hindu paper, you see Tamil Nadu ke bare mein there is one article, Talwadi, a place in Talwadi, Tamil Nadu. There is a lot of conflict between elephants and humans. Today's paper, like that, a lot of news keep coming up, man-animal conflict ke bare mein. So there is a solution. Now we know. Unless somebody tried and got a solution, correct? We never realized this is a solution. Because India has the highest number of elephants today. Correct. As a result, we need to know how to coexist with them. Because in future, our population is also going to increase. Elephant population also is going to increase. Okay. So this is one example. So this is one part. And yesterday's class, I was talking about green status. Correct. There is an update. Okay. There is an update. And I was telling you, green status celebrates success about how we are conserving the species. Whether that particular species and the habitat is improving due to protection, due to conservation. Correct. A lot of places are under already protection for a lot of years. Correct. We are celebrating 50 years of Project Tiger. Correct. And 51 years of Project Lion. 1972 we started Project Lion. But in some places there is some significant improvement. In some places there is no improvement. So recently IUCN started this green list to identify whether there has been any significant improvement in conservation or not. Because a lot of money has been spent. Whose money? People's money has been spent. Lot of time has been spent. Whether there has been improvement or there has been decline. So green status talks about that. Okay, functional role of the species and improvement overall, ecology as well as the species. So in green status, yesterday I was telling you, red list, all of you know. Green list, I was telling you about this. Recently, in the one particular species, for lions, they have given a green status. In green status, they have given largely depleted. The area where the lions live in India, where Gir. All of you know Gujarat. In southern Saurashtra, there is a place called Gir region. So in that Gir region, we have Asiatic lions. So almost like 51 years or 61 years of conservation. So the area where the lions live are still largely depleted. There has been no significant improvement in the place. The lions population have increased. Lions population in Gir has increased, but overall sanctuary as such has declined. So that's what the article. This article was published by IUCN. Green status assessment for lion. Okay, Asiatic lion, Panthera leo, that you know. It's a Schedule 1 species, already you know. With highest protection is Schedule 1. Okay, so and it is vulnerable. IUCN status is vulnerable to endangered status mein hai. Green status for lion, they said it is, you can see, largely depleted, you can see here. Means the area in which the Gir lions live, there is the Gir forest, remains largely depleted because it is surrounded by settlements, human settlements, where there is no scope for expansion. One, many lions are dying due to falling into well. Correct, there is increased man-animal conflict. You might have seen some videos where the people are going in bikes, the lions are also crossing, and they are sitting near the temple watching what people are doing. All these videos you are seeing nowadays. That is because of more interaction between humans and lions now. Correct. So the area remains largely depleted. Remember yesterday I was telling you, red list talks about only the species, whereas green list talks about both the place as well as the species. Okay, the area remains largely depleted. So this you remember, largely depleted. And lions are almost extinct in North Africa as well as in Southwest Asia. Only in India we have Asiatic lions. Almost all places of Asia, lions, especially they existed from Iran, Persia till India. Now all those lions have gone. Only in India we have lions now. When it comes to Asia, So you can notice. So this is the difference: Asiatic lion, African lion. That day also I was discussing this when we were discussing speciation part. So they might ask one question on this, because in 2020 also we started Project Lion. Project Gir, we started again. Gir lion again. So in 2020, as a result, they might ask one question on differences between Asiatic lion and African lion. So I am expecting this question, so I am trying to show you again. So one identifying feature is the size. African lions are larger in size. Correct. This African lion is larger in size than Asiatic lion. That is one difference. You can notice that. And say the mane, this is mane, M-A-N-E, mane, is very profuse, very large. This you can see. Asiatic lion mein, the mane is small. And in African lion, you can't see the ear. Ear is covered with the mane here. Whereas here you can see the ear. You can see this one you can see. Ear you can easily identify in Asiatic lion. The mane is not that profuse. Okay. And in the belly part here, there is a kind of a skin fold here in Asiatic lions. This conservationists still don't know why Asiatic lions have this. African lions don't. You can see this. The longitudinal fold is present in the Asiatic lions. It is absent in the African. Okay. So all Asiatic lions have this fold in the belly. Okay. Whereas African elephants don't have. So the differences they might ask. That is one news. Okay. Lion ka green status, what is that? Largely depleted, because the area around which the lions live still remains the same. There is a lot of decline in the area, quality of the habitat. Prey base, quality of the habitat, everything has declined. Okay. So why I am telling you, you will come to know now. Okay. So this is a small thing you should know. In 2000, let's say 13, what happened? So there was a lot of death of lions in Gir and surrounding areas. So the WIA, there is an organization called Wildlife Institute of India in Dehradun. They proposed a project that we will relocate some lions from here to new place, because almost all the lions, 400 lions in one place only, can go extinct if there is a disease breakout, as simple as foot and mouth disease, or in case of any natural hazards. All the lions in one place means what? All of them can go extinct, and we also will lose all the lions that we have. So they advised the government that we will relocate some lions from here to new place. So then what they did, they started looking for place. So they found 3 places, one in Rajasthan, one in Madhya Pradesh, one in Maharashtra. Then Gujarat started saying, no, lions are our pride, we will not give. Because all this while we have protected lions here. So suddenly you want to relocate some lions to other state means what? Other states will get more tourists. We will lose that tourism base. So Gujarat denied. Then WI went to Supreme Court. So Supreme Court said relocate lions to Madhya Pradesh. Kunming-Montreal. Then it became news. Kunming-Montreal was selected for lions actually, not for cheetahs. Initially, in 2013, this place was decided by WIA for what? Lion relocation project हुआ था. 2013 में this happened. So Supreme Court said you have to relocate. When Supreme Court says Gujarat can't do anything, right? They have to allow. Then Kunming-Montreal was decided. They were almost about to do that. In 2014, the government changed. Got it? So the Prime Minister also changed. So then what they did, they stopped the project. So then they said, we will not do this lion reallocation. That became there only, stopped. Then instead of lion, cheetah introduction project started. This is how it all changed, situation changed. I'm not against the government, let me tell you, nor against the Prime Minister. I'm just telling you what happened. In negative connotation, I'm not using. So then instead of lion reallocation, cheetah reintroduction started there in Kunming-Montreal. So this is what happened. So WI was like in shock. Supreme Court order also they couldn't follow. So instead of lion, they started cheetah reintroduction. Then they bought cheetah from Namibia, South Africa, now Botswana. We are getting cheetahs from there. So that is good. In a way, we got another big cat into our list. We already had leopards, we had tigers, we have lions. So another cheetah also. We have snow leopards also. So 5 big cats in one country now. Okay. So cheetahs also are now in most of the habitats, they are able to survive now. So that's how cheetah reintroduction project started. So that is the reason I am telling you, this largely depleted status, in order to address this, WIA suggested reallocation. In case of anything happens to the place, any disease breaks out, all the lions will die. So they wanted to shift. Okay, that is the context here. Now Gujarat Forest Department, they said, instead of shifting out of Gujarat, within Gujarat, we'll give a new place. Barda Wildlife Sanctuary. Write this down somewhere. The lions from Gir, this is Gir. Gir यहाँ पे है देखो. Where is the big map? हाँ. Okay, all of you got the context? See here. Where is Gir? This is Gir. This is Gir. From Gir, instead of shifting them out of Gujarat, Gujarat Forest Department has suggested another place called Barda here. Wildlife Sanctuary. It comes close to Dwarka. Porbandar and Dwarka districts. Dwarka is there, Porbandar is here. Okay, so they are shifting lions from here to here now. Okay. So this new place they lost, where the lions have been shifted now to a new place, Barda Wildlife Sanctuary. So now all of you know how the lion reallocation project turned into cheetah reintroduction. Because till then nobody was talking about cheetah. I know this because WA means I take some classes there. So Indian geography and all this landscape studies and all I do for first semester students, MSc students. So I used to regularly go there. 2013 when it happened, I was there. So suddenly lion reallocation project turned into cheetah reintroduction. So we were all discussing there. So the context you can now understand. So that is one of the reasons why government started Project Lion in 2020 again. Correct, Project Lion again in 2020. So this is clear. Barda Wildlife Sanctuary is clear now. Now coming to the cheetah now. Cheetah reintroduction project. So now you can notice 3 places the government has selected, that is WA has selected. Wildlife Institute of India has selected 3 places. One was Kunming-Montreal, that already you know, which was earlier selected for lions. Now it is for cheetah. Another place is Nauradehi. Nauradehi. I'm showing you a map because it is easier. Theory also we could have written, but this is nice. Nauradehi. And then another place now in Rajasthan near Jaisalmer, Shagar Ridge. 3 places. Okay. So please remember, this was the 3 initially selected by WII, Wildlife Institute of India, for cheetah. So we started getting cheetah first from Namibia, then from South Africa. Now it's coming from Botswana. All these 3 are southern African countries. So 3 places where the cheetahs have been reintroduced are Kunopalpur, Nauradehi and Shagar. Remember the 3 places. Because this PDF will be with you. All you want to do, remember, is, where is this? Okay, Shagar, Jaisalmer ke paas, Rajasthan. These 2 are in Madhya Pradesh. Kunopalpur and Nauradehi. There is another 4th place is there. I'll tell you next. Okay, recently, that is this month, Gandhi Sagar Wildlife Sanctuary. Gandhi Sagar Wildlife Sanctuary is here. That was selected by Madhya Pradesh Forest Department for cheetah again. Because most of the cheetahs are in these places, especially in Kunopalpur, the highest concentration is there. If all the cheetahs are in one place, what happens? Already in Kunopalpur, there is a lot of problems they are facing. So there is conflict with locals also. A lot of villages have been reallocated outside the Kunopalpur now. So that is also there. The issue with human settlement. Plus prey base. Prey base is also declining. And a lot of places have fences. So those issues are being faced by cheetah. Already you know, cheetahs are fastest running mammal. Correct. They need vast landscape, grasslands. So any restrictions in the form of habitation, fencing and all restricts their movement. Okay. And few deaths have occurred initially when they introduced due to a lot of issues like lack of food, drinking water, cardiac problems, kidney problems and all. Most cheetahs died initially. So as a result, now we are still trying to assess whether this place is suitable or not. And also there is conflict with leopard. Kunopalpur has a significant leopard population also. Correct. If you notice, already I have shown you the size. Leopards are larger in size. Correct. Then cheetahs. As a result, 2 cats can't coexist there. You're trying to understand. Already there is a big cat there, leopard. Cheetahs also are in the same place. And cheetahs, you know how they are. Correct. So obviously in the same habitat, they get scared. Because in Botswana or in Namibia or in South Africa, there is no other big cat other than cheetah. Cheetah is the top carnivore there. Imagine cheetah there in those countries, there is a big cat. That is the prime carnivore. You are bringing them from there and putting in another place where there is other big cats to compete with. Correct. Let's say you are a Maharaja in your place. Suddenly you come here, you will feel everybody is kings here. So there is conflict now. Obviously there is conflict here. So that situation they are facing here. So and also there might be tigers also. Nowadays, you know, tigers are moving from one place to another. Hundreds and kilometers they are moving from one tiger reserve to another. So obviously that will be another challenge to cheetah now. So what are the challenges we are facing? One, the settlement issues. Most of the cheetahs that we have been introduced in Kunopalpur, even today, if you want to know the reality, they are living in cages. The cages we kept initially for bringing them from Namibia and South Africa are still there here only. Cheetahs are still frequently visiting and living inside those cages. They are now still acclimatized to the surrounding habitat. Even today, I am talking about now. So they are not living in free ranges. They don't have their own range now. They are still living in the cages. Their cages have been opened now. It is not closed. Every evening, night, they come and stay inside the cage and again they go back in the morning. Like that they are doing. They are still not yet adopted to our place yet. So this is the situation now. And wherever they have kept these cheetahs and settlement is there nearby, they have put a fence also. 15 feet fence is there. So that humans don't enter. And animals also don't enter human habitation. So 15 such villages have been reallocated outside Kunopalpur now. That is again another controversy. So I will show you that. These people are called as Cheetah Mitras now. This is a tribe. Saharia tribe. Saharia tribe is the people who live there. Kunopalpur, these are the people, tribes. They'll ask this. Who are these tribes? Saharia tribe. So these people, they gather, hunters and gatherers basically. They live in the forest. They collect forest produce, non-timber forest produce. That is their livelihood. They collect honey, they collect resins and all. So they sell it and they make their livelihood. So that is their habitat, that place. So now what is happening? The Kunming-Montreal mein who has been introduced? Cheetah. These people have been pushed out. So that is relocation is also another issue. What these tribes are doing now? They have been trained now, trained as drivers, trained as guides, trained as locators, cheetah locators. Now they have no other option. Allah. Let's say if I had a job, I am doing that. Suddenly you throw me out of the job. What will I do? I have to learn a new occupation I have to learn. So they have become drivers now. They have become, forest guard. Like those kind of jobs they have taken up. And around Kunming-Montreal, these people had land. From those land they have been relocated. New land they were not given. Temporary settlements have been given. Around Kunming-Montreal now, because of the cheetah reintroduction, land values have gone up. Land values have gone up. So a lot of tourism and all is coming up now. So these people don't have their own land also. They don't have money also now. So both the ways they are suffering. So what these people have done, they have joined this job to conserve cheetahs. So they have become cheetah mitras. Cheetah mitras now. So government has given them a name, cheetah mitras. Correct. Willingly or unwillingly they are doing this. They are not doing out of passion, oh I have to conserve anta. They have no other occupation, now they are doing this. So I have used this image. Okay. So this is one of their festival. Cheetah mitras, so Saharia tribe festival, and their costume photo I have added in that festival. So suddenly they have become, nearly see here, relocation of 24 villages within the Kunming-Montreal. So this dispute is also there. Okay. So here I have added some Saharia youth are trained as guides, drivers, and women are involved in conservation based livelihood. Okay. So they will ask Saharia tribe, which state? Which state? Madhya Pradesh. Okay. Not too much, also limited information. We don't need to know a lot of things. At least one paragraph if you have to write somewhere. Cheetah mitras. So this already I have covered. So I am not going to mention again. Difference between jaguar, cheetah and leopard. Okay. So all the three you can easily identify. Okay. Cheetahs have only spot. Okay. Cheetah, you can notice. And you can see a tear line around their eye. Okay. And they have semi-retractable claws. Partly out. Okay. Claws. But whereas jaguar and leopards have fully retractable claws. The claws go inside. Whereas cheetahs, claws remain out, partly out. So habitat distribution also I have shown you this last class. Cheetahs mainly Africa. Now introduced to India. In Iran also we have cheetahs. Which is the other Asian country which has cheetahs now? Iran. Around 40-50 cheetahs are there in Iran. But that also is declining. If they ask you which other country in Asia also has cheetah population, Iran has. Why didn't we bring it from Iran? Because Iran itself the population is less. So we didn't bring it from Iran. So we are bringing it from Africa here. Okay. So these spots are called as rosette. You see the rosette pattern here. Just a spot. Here you can see leopard mein, this kind of pentagonal shape. Here in jaguar you can see the round mark and a dot inside in jaguars. This we don't have in India. Okay, only in zoo we have. Correct. In zoos we have, but otherwise we don't have this in India. These are found, jaguars are found only in Central America, South America. Okay. In North America we have puma. North America. So that also we don't have. Puma and jaguars we don't have. Rest of the other 5 big cats we have. Snow leopard, cheetah, lion, tiger. Okay. So that you remember. This is Gandhi Sagar Wildlife Sanctuary. Remember, this is Gandhi Sagar, this is Kunming-Montreal. I told you. From here to here, we have government is planning, Madhya Pradesh government is planning to shift cheetahs, some of them from here to here. Okay. Because all the cheetah in one place is not favorable. Because one disease breaks out, all of them will die. So that is one reason they are planning to shift to Gandhi Sagar, which is the 4th place now, Gandhi Sagar. Okay. This strategy is called as meta-population strategy. Meta-population. There is a strategy in wildlife conservation called meta-population, where one large group is here, parent population, source population is here, and they create small sink population in surrounding areas. Source population here, sink population means from here only they will take and live it in some place far. By doing that, what happens? There also there is some population, significant population thriving, numbers increasing. Here also it will increase. Resource pressure will decrease in both the place. What is resource pressure? Let's say you are all here in one class. I will take some of you and give to next class. So this classroom will become free. You got it? Like that. So there is source population and sink population. Let's say Kunming-Montreal is the source population here in this context, where initially large number of cheetahs were introduced here. So in one place. So what they are doing, some small number of cheetahs will be transferred to here, Gandhi Sagar. Gandhi Sagar comes in border, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh border, here. Correct. In Rajasthan already we have Sagar. Remember Sagar? Sagar Ridge here, Jaisalmer ke paas. So this one, Nauradehi comes here. Let's say Nauradehi is here. So now notice this. So from Kunming-Montreal, some cheetahs will be distributed here, and some will be here, some will be here. So what will happen? So the cheetahs will get distributed now. One, resource pressure will decrease. Second, plus in case this cheetah wants to interact, they will migrate, have to migrate and interact. Correct. And they will have a lot of prey base also. So this way the population can slowly thrive. This is called a source sink strategy. This source, this sink. These are all sink. This is another sink, like this. This is another sink. Source sink strategy or meta population strategy, where the main population will be one place and smaller population will be distributed around, so that the population pressure will be less, resource pressure is less, lot of prey base, more space for expansion, and cheetahs can move ala, so they can migrate. So that way, so genetic diversity also will improve. All of them in one place, what happens? Gene pool will decrease. The quality of gene will decrease. So that will also cause genetic disorders also, because inbreeding will take place. If all the cheetahs in one place, they'll be interbreeding there only, inbreeding there only. So that will cause what? Genetic problems, genetic disorders. Gene pool will decline. By shifting them to new places, correct, there will be some diversity. Offsprings born, let's say you understand offsprings born to these cheetahs, again offsprings born to them will go and mate with other cheetahs here and here, increasing the gene pool. So that way cheetah population can thrive in India. Now it is declining because of death and all, but one day we might see next 10-20 years down the line, cheetah population might increase. So remember, so this is called as meta population strategy. I'll show you that. Source sink strategy, meta population. Okay, so it was given by Richard Levins in 1969. Richard Levins was an ecologist who gave this concept, meta population. It is called as population of population strategy, where one population, main population, from where some cheetahs will be taken to different places. By doing that, new place also the cheetahs will thrive. The old place also cheetahs will thrive. So same species, different places. That is the reason in Gujarat also they shifted lions. Lions was shifted to new place, Barda Wildlife Sanctuary from Gir. Okay, so remember that. So I am expecting cheetah also, lion also this year. You can see source population. These are all small pink color is sink population, distributed into new places. Same species. So as a result, how they will interact? Through migration. So cheetahs are known to do that. They keep moving from one place to another, so they'll come across the other group. So chances of increase in numbers will be high. Okay. So meta population, okay, strategy we call it as. So why am I telling you these two topics? Because India started International Big Cat Alliance, established in New Delhi. International Big Cat Alliance. I am setting up stage for the next topic. That is the reason I told all this to come to this. Recently, government allocated 150 crores for this organization, which will be set up in which place? New Delhi. And the name will be International Big Cat Alliance. Big Cat Alliance. So because we have 5 big cats already. In the world there are 7. I told you earlier. We have 5. Tiger, lion, leopard, snow leopard, cheetah we have. Jaguar and Puma I told you, which we don't have. North American, South American species hai ye dono. Correct? These are found in Central and South. This is found in North America, Puma. Okay. So there are many countries, nearly 95 countries are there with big cats population. So we are bringing them all together. Okay. So this is in the field of mammal conservation. Okay. Big cat conservation. Because everywhere you will notice still now, Mangrove Alliance is there, Mangrove Alliance, Coral Reef Alliance initiative is there. All of them are in different countries. So government wanted to do something from Indian point of view, because anyhow we have a large tiger population thriving, and success of Project Tiger is one of the reason why government is doing this. Correct? Project Tiger, National Tiger Conservation Authority was set up, and it is heading all this. Big Cat Alliance and all. So all these 95 countries with big cat population will be part of this International Big Cat Alliance. So this was launched in 2013. This year they inaugurated, January, May, means 2026. That building was inaugurated in Delhi. So again it was in news. So you can see here, last year there was a conference, first conference, Big Cat Conference, in which the Union Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change was declared as a president of IBCA, International Big Cat Alliance. So you can also notice this. Why did we start this? Also I have given here. Due to the success of Project Tiger. Successful completion of Project Tiger. Because once upon a time tiger population was low. We have conserved tigers in the country. Okay. So the credit has to be given where it is due. Correct. Government has done a significant work, and also forest guards to IFS officers, they have contributed, and people around our country have contributed to conservation of tigers. So it's a success actually. Where a country of 1.5 billion people, conserving a big cat like this is a... So please remember International Big Cat Alliance. So you got a stage now. Okay, what happened with lion relocation, how it turned into cheetah reintroduction. With that, where we have come is, we have started our own Big Cat Alliance now. Okay. Can we go back? No. Two places where the lions will be Gir and Barda. These two remember. This is the source population. This is the sink. Barda. Okay. Source and sink. Cheetah will be in 4 places. One is Shagar. Other one is Konopalpur. Nauradehi. New place is Gandhi Sagar. Please do not confuse with lion place now. Okay. So these you remember for cheetah. Gandhi Sagar is for cheetah. Okay. It's in the border actually. Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan border. Like this. Gandhi Sagar. Planetary boundaries. This many of you might have heard of. It was in news for a very long time. So there is the institute called Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. Okay. For Climate Impact Research, there is an organization, Potsdam. So this organization has released the report, Planetary Health Check report in 2025. Planetary Health Check. Okay. So try to understand. We as a planet, home planet, that is Earth. So they have given certain 9 criteria, 9 boundaries they have given that we should not cross. If you cross these 9 boundaries, our life will be threatened. Correct? Life on Earth will vanish. So they have identified what are those 9 threats. If you notice, 9 threats or 9 planetary boundaries include, you can notice them. Climate change is one of them. Fresh water means decline in fresh water. Ocean acidification. In oceanography class we have discussed this. Change in biosphere integrity. Correct, because of increasing human population, declining animal population. Modification of biogeochemical cycles. Remember nitrogen cycle, carbon cycle, phosphorus, sulfur cycle, all these are called as biogeochemical cycle. That if it changes, increase in atmospheric aerosol loading means dust, particulate matter. Increase in particulate matter. Land system change means land use change. Land use, land cover change. Introduction of novel entities means what is the word novel is those things which are introduced by man, which is not in our environment. which is not there in our environment, which are introduced by us due to our activities. It can be from as simple as plastic to all the nuclear radiation that we are adding into the environment, all the chemicals we are adding. Those are called as novel entities. The word novel indicates those objects which are introduced by man, which are not found in nature, which can threaten everyone. So those are called as novel entities. In simple words, chemicals. Introduction of chemicals, hazardous chemicals. Last one is stratospheric ozone depletion. Stratospheric ozone depletion, because ozone is very important, already we know that. Correct. It cuts off UVC from reaching the surface. If ozone goes, UVC radiation reaches us. Remember, we have discussed UVA, UVB, UVC. Correct. Ozone stops UVC, which is very dangerous. So stratospheric ozone depletion is another one. Out of 9 boundaries, as per this organization, what is this? Here, planetary health check. Okay, I have to go there. Planetary health check you can download, but whatever is required, I have already told you. So our planet's vital signs are flashing red. 7 out of 9 planetary boundaries are already breached. We have to act now. See here now. See this, Earth status. This is the planetary boundary, green. That is high risk line. And that is danger zone. And we are here. We already have reached that line. We have already crossed the planetary boundary. 7 out of 9 have already been breached. And if all the 9 is crossed, that means we will be in danger zone. After that, there will be only decline. So human population also starts declining after that. All species will decline after that. So that is the warning sign for us. Planetary health check. You can see here. Our status is here. We are here. So as a result, they might ask this. This one. Please remember this, okay? Here also I have given, see, Earth status, we are here. So 7 out of the 9 have already been reached now. Okay? So please remember planetary boundaries. So they'll ask which 2? Out of 9, 7 have been reached. Correct. Which are the 2 remaining? So this one. Increase in atmospheric aerosol loading, it is not that high. As of now, it is still low. If the volcanoes start erupting, correct, along with human activities, our aerosol will increase. Correct. Dust particles floating in the air is called as aerosol. Volcanoes can also add aerosol. Thank God volcanoes are not erupting now. All the Pacific Ring of Fire, we have 1000 volcanoes. If they all erupt, this also will be another checkpoint for us. Correct. Lot of landscape changes we are doing. Pollution we are adding. That also will increase this aerosol. As of now, it's still under the safe zone. Another is this one, stratospheric ozone depletion. These are the 2 ones which are still not breached. They'll ask which. Okay. Because this is very dangerous, these 2. Once we deplete all the ozone, what will happen? The UV rays will be reaching us. So that is the end. UVC is very dangerous. Second, aerosol. More aerosol means what? More particulate matter. We will not be able to breathe. Correct? So then when our population starts declining after that. Already in many cities, pollution problems are very high. Remember, Delhi and all. Correct? Consistently, if the air pollution is very high, that will bring down our life expectancy. Okay. So planetary boundaries, you remember. Okay, shall I go back to another topic? Because I am going backwards today. Because yesterday's class, whatever we did, I continued that concept today. Lion, cheetah and all. Then I am going towards the topics which I mentioned yesterday. Like IC's treaty. This I am going to discuss. And I am going to discuss another topic called Arctic amplification. These are all new words which have been introduced this year. Arctic amplification and heat dome effect, where we are talking about Arctic region. Okay, so if you all are done with this planetary check, okay, we'll go to the next topic, Arctic amplification. Arctic amplification. This is both geography topic and environment topic. Okay, first and foremost, what is Arctic? All of you know. So everything within the Arctic Circle is known as Arctic region, 66.5 degree north. If you have the atlas, you know Arctic region. And Arctic Ocean is the smallest ocean, that is fifth largest ocean in the world. It is surrounded by 3 continents, all of you know: North America, Europe and Asia. Okay, so please remember Arctic region. So here what is happening for the last few years, we have noticed that the temperatures of the Arctic is significantly increasing, more than any place on earth. More than any other place on earth, Arctic temperatures are significantly increasing. Correct? So that has led to increase in glacial melt. The Greenland ice is melting. Correct? All the regions where we have ice here in the Arctic region is melting rapidly. So soon Arctic will be ice free. Can you imagine an Arctic region without ice? So same time, you know what is happening in what's happening between US and Denmark over the Greenland. So in the same time, so ice is also melting. That means what? Land will be exposed. Try to understand this. Because of increase in temperature, all the glaciers will melt and the surface is exposed. What will happen now? Imagine there was ice first and suddenly it is gone and the land is exposed. Suddenly the albedo of the Arctic region will decrease. The ice region here, cryosphere here in the Arctic, acts as albedo. Reflectivity is very high. Arctic regions have high albedo. If all the ice goes, what happens? The ground is exposed, rocks are exposed, soil is exposed. The insulation reaches the surface. Temperature further increases. Okay, that melts permafrost. Try to understand. Permafrost is below the soil. That also starts melting. First, what is happening? The surface ice is melting. Glaciers are melting. Once that goes below the surface, we have permafrost. That starts melting. So that is very dangerous. So I think you're not able to understand here. I'll show you here. Let's say this is the place, Arctic Greenland region, let's say. So we have ice on the surface also, that is called as glaciers here. Glaciers. Below the surface also we have ice, that is called as permafrost. Permanently frozen subsoil. Like this. Permafrost is nothing but the groundwater, soil moisture that is frozen. Groundwater, soil moisture that is frozen is permafrost, permanently frozen subsoil. Okay, glaciers are above the surface. Ice cap glaciers are above the surface. So now what is happening? Because of global warming, correct, increase in surface temperature, this is melting. Yes, glaciers are melting. Once this goes, what happens? The surface is exposed like this. Surface is exposed to sunlight. So the temperature will increase. Earlier what used to happen? The sunlight was reflected. Glaciers had very high albedo. High reflectivity. Now what is going to happen? All the surface is going to warm up. When this warms up, this also will melt. All the permafrost also starts melting. So this also will decline. Permafrost also will decline, resulting in significant increase in the sea level. Okay. So it will have an amplifying effect on the global climate. Okay. So more surface temperature means what? More air temperature. Surface here, the air temperature becomes high. Air becomes warm air now. Earlier Arctic region had what air? Cold air. Now it becomes warm air now. So significantly the air temperature in Arctic region is increasing, changing everything now. So Arctic region has cold air, high pressure, polar high pressure zone. Arctic regions come under polar high pressure. Correct. So what is happening here? If you notice our topic, global atmospheric circulation class had given this Hadley cell, Ferrel cell, polar cell. Correct cell. We have all these 3 cells. Hadley cell is tropical region. Ferrel cell is temperate region. Polar cell is polar region. Correct. Remember all these 3 cells? Hadley cell, Ferrel cell, polar cell we had. These 2 are called as Hadley cell. Tropical regions we have this. Tropic. Temperate regions we have Ferrel cell. Correct. Polar regions we have polar cell. Global atmospheric circulation class you have to remember. Here you notice the pressure here is polar high pressure here. Polar regions were having cold air and polar high pressure here. Correct. All of you understand this. Polar high pressure, air comes down, cold air, and comes towards temperate region here. Okay. This is called as cold air mass here. cold air mass. Remember K? Cold air mass K. I used to call it as. This is the polar high pressure area now. Now what is happening? This is changing now. So what is happening slowly? Here the air is becoming warmer now. Warm air. Instead of cold air, warm air. So this high pressure area we have here is keeping that air here only, like a dome. That high pressure air that is coming down is keeping that heat there only. It is not allowing it. Arctic region, Greenland you can see here. This is Arctic Circle. North America, Russia here, Asia, then Europe. All of you notice this. This is Arctic Circle, this is North Pole. This is earlier, 1 decade ago. Means 2001 to 2020. Sorry, 2010. This is 2011 to 2020. Means last decade I am taking the data. Okay. This decade data will come to know by the end of 2030. So you can see in 1 decade, see the change. So this is called a heat dome effect. This red color is this temperature has gone to 7 now. Earlier, Arctic temperature used to never cross 0. Maximum temperature was -5, -6 here in the Arctic. Now it is 10, 15, it is going there. So that means in next 20 years down the line, there will be no ice in the Arctic at this rate. Okay, so you can see significant increase in temperature. Now you read this. Arctic amplification is the phenomena for you to write in the exam. This is for writing in the exam. Is a phenomena where the Arctic region warms at a rate 3 to 4 times faster than the global average. Okay, primarily driven by sea ice loss, that is gone. Ice in the water is gone. Heat trapping. What is heat trapping? This was I was talking about. This heat trapping. Greenhouse gases here, carbon dioxide, methane, all this. So that will trap more heat. Heat trapping greenhouse gases. Okay, heat trapping greenhouse gases and reduce surface reflectivity. What is reduced surface reflectivity? Is because of decreasing albedo. Less heat is reflected now. All the heat is trapped. Since it is a polar high pressure area, the heat is trapped there only over the ice, melting the ice faster. What happens when the ice melts? Who will be benefited? The countries like US who are looking for minerals. Which minerals? Rare earth minerals trapped in the Greenland. Now you know, okay, what is the context? Why are they after Greenland now? Till now nobody was talking about it. Suddenly why Greenland is in news? Even people in Greenland are in shock now. Their land values have gone up. Correct. Earlier they used to give for free. You want this, you take. Now they are saying $50,000 and all now. Means land rates have gone up significantly now. So as a result, we can now imagine. This is called as Arctic amplification. They'll ask both geography and environment. How it is going to affect us? You might say, sir, how is it going to affect monsoon? This is going to change the temperature, salinity, density of the water. Melting of ice changes everything. The physical parameters of the ocean will change. Temperature, salinity, density. That affects evaporation. In turn affects rainfall. It affects our monsoon. In our Arctic class I have told you Indian Arctic mission. Remember that we have a permanent Arctic mission in Arctic region. I have told you that we have sent a ship there. Our research vessel is there in the Arctic Norwegian Sea. We are studying Arctic waters. We are studying. I told you. And we have a Arctic research base also. Himadri. Correct. 2 missions I had told. Himadri, India's Arctic mission, and Indark mission. Okay. So please remember. So what is happening? Arctic Ocean is warming up. Okay. Main reason is because of the heat dome effect. Mainly due to the heat dome effect, the surface temperature is increasing, because of which the heat is trapped. Okay. All you have to do is revise that atmospheric circulation class. Polar cell, polar high pressure area you have to see. Once you see that, you will understand. What happens when the temperature increases because of the air pressure? So all that heat remains there only, warm air. It is not dispersing into surrounding areas. So don't you think this will affect temperate cyclones? This significantly affects temperate cyclones also. Okay. Remember Norwegian current, ocean current. That also you have to understand. Norwegian current is the extension of North Atlantic drift, Gulf Stream. Norwegian current is an extension of Gulf Stream. So more warm water will come. So causing significant change in the Arctic region. So here climatology, oceanography, ecology, environment, everything will come. So this you remember, explanation what I have given you, glaciers hai to high albedo. Without glaciers, land will absorb the heat. When land absorbs the heat, air also becomes warm. Air becomes warm, what happens? That is trapped there only. Greenhouse gases and all will be trapped there only because this place is a high pressure area. That is a heat dome effect. So this will significantly melt further other ice and permafrost. Okay, that is the reason Arctic is warming up more faster than the rest of the world. Okay. So see here, this has become warm air now. Because of the polar high pressure, the air is trapped like a heat dome. So you might ask, sir, which other place the heat dome effect will be there? This is one place. Arctic dome is one place. Antarctica is also another place. Antarctica also we have the same heat dome effect because here also we have polar high pressure. Okay, I'll do like this only. See, this is polar high pressure here. Here also we have heat dome effect now, but not as strong as the Arctic. Another place where we have heat dome is here, because here also we have subtropical high pressure belt. You can see here also the air is coming down. Okay, subtropical high pressure belt area also the air is coming down. Here also we have a heat dome, 30 degree north. Whatever heat is there is trapped there only in that area, subtropical regions. Okay, so I'll show you because this is very important. I know most of you have not understood this. I'll show you heat dome in US. Okay, near Mojave Desert, Sonoran Mojave Desert. This one. You notice this, how it looks. So this is 30 degree. Where I am keeping my hand is 30 degree. 30 degree is where we have subtropical high pressure belt. Air comes down. Okay, air comes down here. Hadley cell, Ferrell cell के बीच में the air is coming down. So hot air here is trapped here only on the ground. Because of insulation, the surface heats up, air heats up, hot air. The hot air is not moving up or sideways because of the air coming down. It is trapping that heat there only. What happens to the people who are living here? They'll feel the heat. If that heat disperses, so they'll not face anything. Since the heat is there only trapped over that place for many days together, they'll feel the increase in temperature. So the reason these areas, subtropical areas, are experiencing very high temperatures. This is happening in Africa also. Okay, Africa also. This is happening in Rajasthan, Gujarat belt also. Okay, heat dome effect. So see, heat dome is a weather phenomena consisting of extreme heat that is caused when the atmosphere traps hot air because of the high pressure areas there. Okay, you can see heat dome happens when strong high pressure atmospheric condition remains stationary over that area. High pressure areas mein we have this. Heat dome effect occurs Arctic region and Antarctica. Antarctica not much till as of now, and subtropical hemisphere, northern hemisphere we have heat dome effect. Okay, over North Africa, remember Libya, Egypt area, and over Gulf region, Sahara region, correct? Then India mein Thar desert, that belt. US mein this place, Mojave Desert, California, and all this central US mein. Okay, heat dome. Wherever we have high pressure, we have heat dome. Remember this. Okay, because this air coming down will keep the heat there only, will not allow it to disperse. Okay, so why Arctic regions are significantly warming than the rest of the world? You know now. What is Arctic amplification and heat dome effect? I have covered another topic. Okay, and its impact on wildlife. Here, Arctic regions we have polar bears. Correct. Compared to last year, this year, I mean, it's like 2024 to 25. So there has been increase in death of polar bears due to this, because these species live in a place which is supposed to be cooler. Increase in temperature is affecting them. So in next 10 years down the line, all polar bears might go extinct. So that is the reason this topic is important. Arctic amplification has significantly impacted Arctic fox and polar bears. Okay, and there is a bird called Arctic tern. These birds usually live in the Arctic shore here, nesting along the Arctic Circle, and they migrate to Antarctica once in 6 months. When this becomes day for 6 months, all the birds fly to Antarctica. Sorry, whenever there is very cold here, let's say it becomes cold here, they go to Antarctica, and when Antarctica becomes cold, they fly back. So here what is happening now, because of increasing temperatures now, the birds are not migrating now. Earlier what they used to happen, whenever it becomes cold for 6 months, all the birds used to fly towards Antarctica to warmer conditions. Again, when Antarctica becomes 6 months cold, all the birds used to come back to Arctic. Now the Arctic terns now are living here longer because the temperatures are increasing, so they don't have to migrate. So the bird migratory pattern has also changed. Arctic terns. Okay. So that is one significant change here. Please remember this, okay? Amplification. So we have covered Arctic amplification. Next. So recently, IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. This IPCC is set up by UNEP, United Nations Environmental Program. A UN organization has set up this organization called Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change to address and study climate change, to provide scientific data on climate change. UNEP, remember the organization, UNEP. UN organization है United Nations Environmental Program, based in Kenya, Nairobi. So this UNEP has set up IPCC under it to study and provide scientific data on climate change. So you know what is IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So this is the organization which provides us scientific data about how much global warming is taking place, the reasons for it. So recently they released the report saying that coral reefs have crossed thermal tipping point. See the word, this word they will ask, what is thermal tipping point? The IPCC says the coral reefs have crossed thermal tipping point, triggering irreversible dieback. So two words, keywords here. Slowly you will see, one is thermal tipping point, other one is dieback. IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. They have issued that coral reefs have crossed thermal tipping point. Let's see one by one. In your coral reefs class, our class only, environment class, I have told you coral reefs are very sensitive. Coral polyps are very sensitive. They live in certain conditions. Temperature 19 to 29, salinity 30 to 50 parts per thousand, depth of 50 meters. Correct? Photic zone mein, clear, clean, saline water. Correct? They don't thrive when there is pollution. All that I have told you. What happens when the temperature I told you crosses 29, 30, 31? The coral polyps will be under threat, severe stress. The zooxanthellae will live, leading to coral bleaching. I have used the word coral bleaching. You all know that. In your notes also I have given the word coral bleaching. Please check your notes. You have to just turn the page, you will get that. Okay. Coral bleaching I have discussed. Zooxanthellae I have discussed. Zooxanthellae are sensitive species. Correct? Photosynthetic algae, which use all the nutrients to coral polyps. What happens when the temperature crosses 29, 30, 31, 32? They will be under stress. So coral zooxanthellae will die. As a result, coral bleaching will occur. So that is what they are talking about. The thermal tipping point for every species, there is some limit, some saturation. For example, you also, if I do this class for another few hours, let's say, obviously you will say, sir, we are saturated. So only current affairs we can't handle. And also you have not revised the previous topics also. So it will become even more difficult. Correct? You have some saturation, everybody has some saturation. So like that, you will say then we can't take it anymore. Like that. They have reached that point. Coral polyps have reached a point where they are not going to survive, or they will not be able to thrive back. We are pushing them into such an extent, they will not be able to regrow again. So that is thermal tipping point. The word dieback is a word we use when one particular species completely vanishes from the face of earth, which will never be able to thrive again on earth. For example, if there is any let's say bacterial infection or any pathogens like fungal infection, what happens to the tree? First the leaves will die, then the twigs, branches, then the main stem, then the roots. the entire tree will die. That is called as dieback. The word dieback is used for trees actually. Dieback is a concept when a particular tree dies either due to a fungal infection or due to acid rain. Acid rain can cause that kind of damage, or fungal infection can cause a damage where the tree completely dies, and again they will not be able to grow in that area. It is a point of no return. You understand the word? Point of no return. So that is called as a dieback. So that means if this particular species goes extinct, it will never be able to thrive again on earth. That is dieback. Okay. So terminal tipping point is already, you realize that once you cross that limit, the species will vanish. Dieback is the word we use, which will, that species will never be able to thrive again, even if the conditions normalize. Even if the conditions normalize later also, after 100 years, correct, temperatures might come down, ocean water temperatures might come down, then also those species will not be able to thrive back. Hope all of you are able to understand. We are pushing them to a limit. The species will go extinct now. Correct. After few years, if the water temperature comes down, if everything normalizes, also the species will not be able to regrow again. So that is dieback. So we are pushing all species to that extent. So please remember this climate tipping point. Whatever I just said, I have given the theory here. Is a critical thresholds in the system. When exceeded, it can lead to significant change in the state of the species or a system. With an, okay, you have to understand, which is irreversible. The change is basically irreversible. Okay. So they have given what all can reach the tipping point. Terminal tipping point by IPCC, you can see here. They have identified other terminal tipping points. You can see Amazon rainforest. If we lose Amazon rainforest, that also will be a significant impact on us. Then permafrost collapse. That is again another. So Atlantic meridional overturning circulation, AMOC. You might have in my oceanography class, after ocean currents, I discussed something called conveyor belt, global conveyor belt. In global conveyor belt class, I told you, in Atlantic Ocean there are surface warm currents, bottom cold current. In the Atlantic Ocean, what happened? The warm surface current comes to the Greenland, Iceland, where it cools and sinks to the bottom, and it goes back as cold. So that is called as overturning circulation, AMOC. I remember I have done this. Okay, Atlantic overturning circulation, where the surface warm current comes near Greenland, cools, sinks to the bottom, and goes down. That is called as overturning circulation. Please revise. I am requesting you all. Anyhow, this is recorded. Correct. Even if you think I am lying, you can go back and check the video. Okay. So already it has been recorded. It is there in the app also. Okay. AMOC, Atlantic meridional overturning circulation. If it slows down, boreal forest. Remember taiga. Boreal forest is taiga forest in northern hemisphere, Russia and all. Okay. This is very important. Taiga forest. If that shift occurs, Greenland and Antarctic ice sheet collapse. All these are some of the tipping point highlighted by IPCC. That means if we push all this to a brink, there is no coming back again. Okay, because these are the main carbon sinks of the earth. Carbon sinks of the earth, especially the rainforest. If it vanishes, it will be a significant blow on all species on earth. What is boreal forest shift means? Boreal forest shift. Try to understand. The boreal forest is what? Boreal means north. This forest is found only in the northern hemisphere, in the 60-degree belt. As of now, the taiga forest is where? 60 degree now. Now what is happening? Because of the Arctic ice is melting, Arctic is warming now, the forest is shifting northwards. Try to understand this. The Arctic region since the temperatures are increasing now, the surface temperature is increasing, permafrost is melting, the forest in the taiga is shifting to tundra and towards the Arctic coast. That is called as boreal forest shift. Okay, so I'll show you that on the map. I know these topics are like bit kind of applied nature, correct? That's how environment is. Environment topics are bit applied. You have to understand everything prior to taking this topic. See, where is taiga? Now you know. This map I'll take. Biomes of the world we have discussed. In biomes class, I have told you this is all called as boreal forest, taiga forest. This is found only in the northern hemisphere. Correct. So the word boreal. So now what is happening? The Arctic tundra here. This is tundra region here. This is tundra, Arctic tundra. This is permafrost we have here. That is melting now. What happens when the permafrost melts? Because of increasing temperature, the forest will also start thriving in those areas. Earlier it was not possible because of lower temperatures. Now because of increasing warming effect, the boreal forest is slowly shifting north. So Arctic also will become green. You might say it's good for us, but actually wrong. Those species used to survive in tundra, they will vanish. They'll go extinct. Okay. Because Arctic regions we have a lot of whale, we have walrus, seal, sea lion, we have Arctic fox, Arctic terns, birds are all this will go. Okay. So this is called as boreal forest shift. Okay. So that is then we completed the geography and then we came to environment. Imagine doing environment without completing geography. Correct, it will be a bit difficult to understand terms. So please remember, what is climate tipping point? It is a point of no return, where a particular species will completely vanish, go extinct. And even if the situation normalizes after a few years, there is no comeback. There is no comeback. Correct. So that is dieback. Okay, irreversible dieback. Okay. So please remember the terms. So we have covered very interesting topic because these topics normally considered difficult. So now you know, okay, climate tipping point done. Where are the pages? No, it's okay, we'll use this. Planetary boundaries clear. High seas treaty. So all of you remember law of the sea? United Nations law of the sea, convention on law of the sea we have discussed. So there I told you internal water, territorial waters, high seas. Correct. So that all of you know. I think I was discussing it yesterday. So I was telling you this is the land, and this is the deltas here, lagoons, lakes, estuaries and all. Okay. This is high tide, low tide. So this is low tide mark. During low tide the water, sea water comes in, this comes back. During high tide, the sea water will be here, this dark blue color. This is high tide, this is low tide. So rise and fall of water is called as tide, all of you know that. During high tide all these areas will be submerged. During low tide the water retreats back. Okay, all of you know. High tide also called as flood tide, correct? Because it floods the coast. Low tide is called as ebb, because the land is exposed. Flood and ebb, all of you know. This low tide is taken as baseline. This is taken as baseline, reference for calculation. Everything within these two, between high tide and low tide, this is called as internal water. Internal water. Internal water is this place. High tide, low tide beach mein. Okay, from here 12 nautical mile. 12 nautical mile is territorial waters, TW, or territorial zone. This is clear to all, I think. This is easy. So in one of the paper I was just check, let's say in UPPSC, yes, UPPSC paper I was seeing, prelims they had given, territorial water extends up to how many kilometers they have given. Choice mein, they had given like this, A, B, C, D, means I was like looking for nautical mile. So they had given like this, in kilometer they had given. So you will be wondering what is this happening now, because 12 nautical mile you know, class may I have given you 12 nautical mile, but in paper you are seeing kilometer. There you should have that simple math to do there, 12 into 1.8, because nautical mile is 1.8 kilometer. 1 nautical mile is how many kilometers? 1.8. Just 1 mile is 1.6 kilometers. Be careful here. We have to use this. Use this. 1 nautical mile is how many kilometers? 1.8 kilometers. Use this. Multiply. 12 into 1.8 you do. In exam you should do, that's it. You will get the answer. So be careful with this. Okay, 1. Territorial water. This is our national jurisdiction. I told you, remember one of the class I was telling you, High Court, Supreme Court jurisdiction comes up to here. I was telling you in Law of the Sea class, our High Court, Supreme Court jurisdiction comes up to here. This is called as national jurisdiction. National jurisdiction up to 12 nautical mile hai. This is clear to all. So recently India signed a high seas treaty. This is called as high seas. All this region is called as high seas. I was giving you example, any ship, foreign vessel, it can come up to here. Before entering the territorial water, they have to ask permission from our Coast Guard, Navy, then only they can enter. I was telling you example, Chinese ship and all, I was telling you example, what they used to do in the. So remember, this is called as high seas. Any foreign vessel can come up to here, but before entering, they have to ask permission. Okay, so high seas, international waters. High seas means international waters. So this is first point. Recently, India signed high seas treaty. Okay, so this is the one. So that means Indian government assured that we are going to conserve biodiversity here. So that agreement is called as BBNJ. BBNJ means biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. Okay, please write biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. Yesterday's class I am repeating. BBNJ, also called as High Seas Treaty. This treaty is also called as High Seas Treaty. Definitely it is going to come. BBNJ. Okay, add it. This is part of UN Sea laws. This is part of United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea. So this question you remember, territorial waters extends up to, okay, it will come approximately 21.6. So answer is 22. C. Okay, if you multiply, you will get 21.6. So 22 kilometers approximately. And remember, I used to tell you one more thing. Certain laws, all laws apply up to here. Certain laws like custom, trade, correct, human trafficking, drug trafficking, certain laws apply another 12 nautical mile. That is called as contiguous zone, CZ. Correct? Remember that also. So territorial waters up to here, all laws apply. Certain laws extend for another 12 nautical mile into the high seas, because most of the criminal activities take place here. Illegal activities take place beyond territorial waters only. So as a result, government extends certain laws beyond this. So CZ, contiguous zone, extends into high seas. Okay, so please remember this. So in this high seas treaty, United Nations Convention Law of the Sea, there are 3 agreements. This is one of them. This is one of them. So I want to show you the other 2 also, other 2 agreements. See here, BBNJ, I told you whatever you require, you know. So India signed along with other 60 countries. Okay, so you see here, United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea, correct, as 3 other agreements. Which are the 3 other agreements? You can see 1994, Part 11, implementation on mineral resources, that is polymetallic nodules. This is important because recently India got permission to extract polymetallic nodules from Carlsberg Ridge off the coast of Somalia. Off the coast of Somalia, there is a place called Carlsberg Ridge. Okay, there we have got permission to extract polymetallic nodules. That is this one, this agreement. Extraction of mineral resources in the international seabed. Seabed means ocean floor. This one. Another agreement is fish stocks agreement. So this is about conservation and management of straddling and high migratory fish stocks. Means conservation of fish basically. Okay. So the 2 agreement. One agreement is on fish, you remember. Second is on polymetallic nodules, minerals. Third is on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. Three agreements. In India, which is the ministry implementing this? Ministry of Earth Science. Ministry of Earth Science. So please remember this. This is going to be one of the questions. I am still covering biodiversity conservation related topics. So after this I'll cover threats to biodiversity conservation. Then we'll go to pollution, different types of pollution, nuclear radiation they'll ask. Those kind of topics I'll cover. Then after that we'll cover waste management, types of waste management. Then environmental movement. Each of them one class, 2 hours I need. Okay, still a lot of topics are there. Still I'm covering biodiversity conservation related current affairs. Okay, so please remember this. So we'll now go to another topic. Let me see. Oh, another topic is there. So this is done. ICS treaty, all of you know. It is part of another 2 agreements also, you know. So I told you polymetallic nodules. India got permission to extract polymetallic nodules from Carlsberg Ridge. Please add that into your notes. Okay. Polymetallic nodules extraction from Carlsberg Ridge. Look at Carlsberg Ridge. This comes off the coast of Somalia. Okay, Indian Ocean, I'll write. This is Africa here. This is Arabian Peninsula. This is Arabian Sea. This is here. Carlsberg Ridge is here. Carlsberg Ridge comes here. It is not close to India, you notice. It is outside our EEZ also. It is outside our exclusive economic zone also. It is here, Carlsberg Ridge. It is close to Somalia. Here. Carlsberg Ridge. See, as of, okay, do you all remember that I told you in order to go for seabed mining, we have to take permission from International Seabed Authority? There is an organization I was telling you. Correct? International Seabed Authority. If you remember oceanography class, I have given all this there only. International Seabed Authority. It is based in Kingston, Jamaica, Caribbean country. Okay, so this is the organization from where we have to take permission first. Any mining, sea related mining, mineral extraction, even research also we need to ask permission. Correct, even if it is our EZ also, first we have to inform them and then proceed. So in case of any dispute, let's say now Somalia objects to it, then ISBA will resolve it. In case Somalia can object, they will say this is our EEZ. So then there might be some conflict. So that issue might come. So as a result, who is the settling body? Appellate body is ISBA. So as of now, India has three such contracts with ISBA. So please remember, as of 2025, I'll read. As of 2025, Government of India holds 3 active contracts with the ISBA for deep sea exploration in the Indian Ocean. These contracts over the exploration of polymetallic nodules, polymetallic sulfides, giving India exclusive rights to extract mineral rich areas for metals like nickel, copper and cobalt. Okay. So 3 contracts we have. And India is the first country to get these contracts with ISBA. Highest number of contracts we have received. Okay, that also we will mention, because anyhow we have mentioned this. This is to extract polymetallic sulfides. What is the main thing we are extracting here? Polymetallic sulfides. PMS. Okay. Polymetallic sulfides are the group of minerals which consist of, please write, copper, zinc, gold and silver. Okay, now you know. Polymetallic sulfides are the group of minerals which includes copper, zinc, gold, silver. Okay. So 4th contract we have applied. So there are 3 contracts, all of them 3 in Indian Ocean. And for 4th contract we have applied to International Seabed Authority. If they give that, that also becomes news. Okay. So this, you need to have the atlas. In Atlas you can see Carlsberg Ridge. Did I, okay, we have mentioned this in the class, but I'll show you now. All of us here. This is the Indian Ocean region. You can see this is Chagos Lakshadweep Maldivian Ridge. This is Carlsberg Ridge, very close to Somalia. This is India here. Okay. So another ridge is Mascarene Ridge here. Southwest Indian Ocean Ridge is here. Southwest. This is 90 East Ridge here. 90 East Ridge. All this ridge we have seen in Atlas here. Page number 100. This one. These are all ridges. I'm very happy at least some of you still have the Atlas. Page number 100. See here. Indian Ocean map. These ridges they will ask. Southwest Indian Ocean Ridge also we have the contract. This also we have the contract. Okay. So 3 contracts here. First you see this, I'll show you next, 4th one. Because now only if I mention, the chances are very high it might come in the exam. The 4th one, because ISBA is in final conclusion of giving that contract to India. Can I go to next page? Here only I'll show you. Indian Ocean Basin, we have another one. Here. This is India here. So all of us here, this is India, this is the place. So just below India, this is called as Central Indian Ocean Basin. Central Indian Ocean Basin, CIOB. Okay, we call it as CIOB, Central Indian Ocean Basin, FNSA Nikitin Seamount. Please write this name, FNSA Nikitin Seamount. Because Sri Lanka is also trying for this. Other contender for the contract is Sri Lanka. So this is the very important seamount. Seamount, remember seamount, Gayot, ridges and all we have discussed. Seamount. Okay, so basically a seamount. So this is nearly 400 kilometers long, 150 kilometers wide seamount. Okay, volcanic mountain range in the Central Indian Ocean. Okay, so this is very important for cobalt, nickel, manganese and copper. So as a result, India is looking for this contract. So which other country is trying to claim this contract? Sri Lanka. So that is the news. Okay. Who is FNSA Nikitin? Explorer. Russian explorer. It is named after a Russian explorer. FNSA Nikitin. Okay. So this region is rich in cobalt, copper, nickel and manganese. Please write that also. Cobalt, nickel, manganese, copper. Now every country is running after minerals, rare earth minerals, correct, polymetallic nodules and all. So as a result, this becomes important for us. So notice that we don't have any type of territorial expansion plans, correct? We are not going for war with any other country or forcefully acquiring territory like China, correct? So only option for us, peaceful option is ocean, seas. Remember in marine resource class I was telling you, because the resources in our land is now depleted. We have to look for new source. What is the new source? Ocean. Ocean and sea. So please remember this. So another contract is this. Clear? Okay. So we have covered this part. ICS treaty. All these topics are related to, indirectly related to our UNC laws, related to UNC laws, United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea. This topic is also over. Recently there was a convention, United Nations Ocean Conference. Okay, UNOC, please write, United Nations Ocean Conference. United Nations Oceans Conference, and this is the 3rd Ocean Conference. First 2 conferences took place in 2017 and 2022. 3rd took place here 2025. Okay, so United Nations Oceans Conference. took place in Nice, a place in France. Okay, place name is Nice. Okay, in France. It was co-hosted by France and Costa Rica, and this is the third conference. First two conference were in 2017 and 2022. Same, if you notice, all related topics I am covering together. All topics which are alike, I am covering them back to back. So 3 priorities of the conference. First one was that BBNJ, biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. Okay, to countries to participate and accept, ratify this agreement. Okay, many countries are becoming members to it, but many of them have not ratified. India has signed but not yet ratified this agreement. As a result, so the first is successful conclusion and implementation of international agreement such as High Seas Treaty. Second, you can see scaling up funding for Sustainable Development Goal 14, that is life below water. Remember, such sustainable development goals, we have 17 goals, SDG, correct? One of them is life below water. To increase funding, because no organization is getting funds for conserving wildlife below water. So everybody is conserving land-based species, water-based species, nobody is doing anything. So as a result, scaling up funding for Sustainable Development Goal 14, that is life below water, and supporting sustainable blue economy. Remember blue economy again. Then last is marine science knowledge, increasing and disseminating marine science knowledge. Okay, so these are the 3 priorities of the conference. I don't think this will come. I means like not that important. It looks like any other conference. So it's nothing unique about this, where UPSC can ask which organization they can't ask, because already part of United Nations conference. Where it held, I don't think that kind of questions now it is popular. Earlier there was a time when they used to ask that kind of questions. The conference took place in which city? Nowadays they won't. Almost done. One update is there. In this, if you notice, we have 18 biosphere reserves. Correct. In the class I have mentioned 12. 12 out of 18 are recognized by UNESCO's Man and Biosphere program. But that is 13 now. One more inclusion is there. So there is an updation. Cold desert. Please add to your notes. Because what happened in the class, while mentioning, I mentioned the old data. So I am going to correct that information now, because there has been updation. Okay, please add it to your notes. Biosphere reserve class mein, I have told there are 18 biosphere reserves in India. That is correct. Out of 18, now there are 13 recognized by UNESCO. I had said 12. Okay, please change that now. So cold desert has been added in 2025. Please make an addition. So biosphere reserve class, and future, correct, whenever there is any other further inclusion, you should add it to your notes, because even I will not know, because they keep adding next year and all. So you have to add it to your notes, leave some space. Hope all of you understood what I am saying. UNESCO has a program called Man and Biosphere. UNESCO has a program called Man and Biosphere program they have. Across the world they are recognizing important biosphere reserves. Okay, across the world. In India we have 18 biosphere reserves. Out of 18, 13 have been recognized by UNESCO. 13. First one was Nilgiris in 2000. Now recent is cold desert. Cold desert is here. That is Himachal Pradesh, Ladakh. Cold desert has been included as the 13th biosphere reserve recognized by UNESCO. So that is the current affairs part. Because if that comes in the exam and if I have told 12, then you lose 2 marks. Okay, so that updation is important. Leave some space in case if they add, you have to extend. And also one more thing I have to tell you. UNESCO recently declared a nation as a biosphere reserve. There is a nation in country in Africa, Sao Tome and Principe. Remember, Sao Tome and Principe comes very close to equator and also the prime meridian. So it is a geographical center of the world map, I used to tell you in Africa class, where the equator meets prime meridian. Correct? I was telling you it is a geographical center of the world map hai. So that country is Sao Tome Principe. So there are 3-4 biosphere reserves which are already recognized by UNESCO. So that means entire country is recognized by UNESCO as a biosphere reserve. It is the only country in the world where the entire nation has been declared by UNESCO as a biosphere reserve. So as a result, they'll ask which country in the world has been declared as a biosphere reserve? Entire country. Correct? Not a part of it. Entire country has been declared as a biosphere reserve. Which one? Sao Tome Principe. Sao Tome Principe, country name. There is also another current affairs. I will show you. Sao Tome and see, it came here. Principe. So entire country is like this, full of greenery. So beautiful country off the coast of here, Gabon and Equatorial Guinea. Sao Tome Principe here, this side, here. It has large number of volcanoes. Okay, dense forest, because it is equator la. Sufficient sunlight, water, everything is there. Okay, the entire country has been declared as the biosphere reserve. Which country? They might ask this GK kind of question. See, in 2025, Sao Tome and Principe became the first sovereign state in the world to have entire territory designated as UNESCO Biosphere Reserve. Okay. So please remember this. These kind of topics might come. Where is it? You just check the atlas once. I have told you. Equator and prime meridian. Close to both. So almost we have covered. Next, give the heading. Threats to biodiversity conservation. Other conservation programs are there. Vulture, then Great Indian Bustard. I'll tell you in some other class. Okay. What is the time? Let's give the heading as threats to biodiversity conservation. We'll continue tomorrow. Threat. So certain topics we discussed, such as climate tipping point, okay, Arctic amplification. So they are both geography and environment related topics. Okay. So very important for prelims. And IC's treaty, that is going to come in mains. Some of the questions are going to come in mains. Some of the topics will be in prelims. Okay. So there are certain programs that we have, such as vulture conservation program, Great Indian Bustard conservation, all that I will repeat in some other topic. Okay, when I talk about birds conservation. Okay. For now, let's continue with the biodiversity conservation. We have to discuss types of biodiversity. Okay. And how do you measure biodiversity? So once the question was asked on biodiversity, how we measure. Okay. And then threat to biodiversity conservation. Yesterday we gave some heading, threats to biodiversity conservation. Yes. Let's understand what are the threats. Threats to biodiversity conservation. So all of you know, in general, bio means life, diversity means variety. Variety of life forms on earth in all forms is biodiversity. So what are the various threats to biodiversity conservation? This is the main topic. Okay, so what are the threats faced by biodiversity around the world, not just India, across the world? What is the threat? So first and foremost threat, most important threat faced by biodiversity or all life forms on earth is increasing human population. That one species population is exceeding more than the other. Correct? So one particular species, that is Homo sapiens population, is increasing at a rapid rate. So in the just span of 200 years, our population has multiplied, exponentially increased, I should say. Okay. So first one is increasing human population. Please write increasing human population. Increasing human population. Increasing human population. You write the first point. I'll show you something. So all of you quickly notice this. Yeah, notice this. This is the graph of human population. This is size of world population, is human population we are talking about. From 10,000 BC they are showing. 10,000 BC means when we started civilization, our first settled agriculture, Mesopotamian, Egyptian civilization, when we started 10,000 BC. Okay, so then population was very less. 4 million means 40 lakh. That was the number of people living on earth, humans living on earth. Just 40 lakh. Means throughout the civilization, you notice, for so many years, for centuries, our population was very low. You can see, due to diseases, due to war, or due to natural events, calamities, correct? Our population remained low, very low, less than 1 billion. So only in 1830, when medicines were discovered, when penicillin was discovered, then the population started increasing. 1830, our population increased 1 billion. 1830 is not very far, correct? Correct, less than 200 years. Now we are in 2026. 1830 is less than 200 years, correct? All of you understand. So less than 200 years mein, so 1830 we reached 1 billion. Today we are 8.5 billion. Actually this data is old, 2019 you are seeing. We are in 2026, 8.5 billion hai. In just 200 years. In just 200 years, population of humans on earth has exponentially increased to 8.5 billion in just 200 years. This is called as population bomb, population explosion. What happens when one species increases at such a alarming rate? Obviously, it will cause a lot of damage to environment. Over resource consumption, resource exploitation, correct, deforestation, all that will cause. So that is the reason the population of humans is a threat. If our population is gradually increasing, correct, other species would have adjusted to our increase. Since our population is exponentially increasing, all other species are in threat. Imagine suddenly all these people here in the class will come to your home. They'll stay here, stay there. Correct, everybody will use the resources there. What will happen to your house? One day it will be nice for you. First 1 hour it is nice. Oh, all my friends are here in my place. Then by evening what will you say? Please go home, anta. That's what. So we as a species, we have done that to earth. Suddenly we have increased. Why? Agriculture, biotechnology, our medical technology has improved, life expectancy has increased. As a result, our population is increasing exponentially. So overpopulation on earth, human population on earth, is the main reason why all other species on earth are facing the threat. That is then most of the species on earth are going extinct now. So that is then I have added as a first, human population. Okay, so write next one. Write next one. Okay, so we can add other aspects like most important threat to biodiversity is invasive species. That is another threat. Invasive species are alien species. They don't belong to the place. They come from somewhere else and dominate the landscape, consume the resources, cause the local species to go extinct. Because these species are invasive, they come from somewhere else and they start taking over the resources, killing the native plants, native species. So that is alien species also we call them as. Invasive or alien species is the second most important problem we are facing. Third, deforestation. Deforestation means cutting trees. Degradation of forest or deforestation is the third most important problem that is leading to decline in biodiversity around the world. Fourth, mining and quarry. Mining and quarrying are considered to be the fourth most important problem we are facing. I am ranking them in the order of threat. Okay, so highest threat is posed by human population in themselves. Okay, because we go for hunting, poaching. Across the world, people consume meat. meat, especially wild meat. Correct. Now you are accustomed to eating sheep, goat, hen, domesticated animals we are eating now. But most of the people around the world, they eat bush meat. What is bush meat? Consuming wild meat is bush meat. Let's say in most of the places, people go hunt some animal and eat that. Like wild boar, like deer, correct, peacocks, they eat hare and or rabbits, all that. So as a result, bushmeat consumption is very high. Hunting, poaching is very high. So all this is done by us. So I'm adding that in the first priority. So right, mining and quarry. Mining is extraction of minerals. So in most of the forest also we are extracting minerals now. That is leading to deforestation indirectly. Quarry is extraction of rocks. That is also causing a lot of threat. Okay. So fifth one, please write. Next, forest fire. Forest fire. The fifth most important problem is forest fire. So this is again another bigger problem we are facing. In the last 10 years, the number of forest fire incidents have increased owing to climate change because temperatures are increasing, correct? And dry conditions prevailing and resulting in forest fire in many places. For any place for fire to break out, we need three things. One is fuel. Second is oxygen is required. Correct. Most importantly, these two. Then heat source. Third is the heat source. Even a lightning can result in a fire. Accidental human fires, smoking and throwing the cigarette out, can cause a forest fire. All this has triggered forest fire. 90% of the forest fire that have occurred is because of humans today in India, I'm saying. Okay, now across the world, lightning is another reason, second reason. So we'll discuss this separate. They'll ask forest fire incidents in India and how it is a threat to biodiversity conservation. Each and every topic can become a question. What we are mentioning here, especially this kind of topic and this kind of topic, invasive species, can become a question in mains. Okay, so then we have to talk about invasive species like Parthenium, Lantana and all. Okay, so please remember, forest fire is fifth, right, sixth one. Right. Okay, so please mention pollution next. Environmental degradation through pollution. We have various types of pollution: air pollution, water pollution, noise pollution, thermal pollution, radiation pollution, all of them. One word, including everything. Just in case, I'll write. We have something called thermal pollution also. Noise. Okay, excessive use of light, radiation. Okay, there is waste. Waste will add separate. Seventh one will waste dumping. Solid waste, liquid waste, e-waste, biomedical waste, nuclear waste. This is again another separate topic. All these topics that I am underlining will be discussed separately as a mains question. We can develop it into a mains answer. Okay, waste dumping. We can see solid waste only. We are dumping a lot of waste every day. Plastic, it can be. Hospitals are dumping biomedical waste. All that is causing threat to surrounding our environment. Okay, e-waste, electronic waste we are dumping. Nuclear waste, we are not properly treating it. That is also waste dumping. So I'll do separate waste, nuclear waste. I'll do a separate topic on nuclear waste management. Okay, it's part of environment. Okay, so as a result, so these topics will come into as a separate class. So I'm just highlighting the important ones. Right, eighth one. Okay, acid rain. Remember we were discussing this in climatology class. I was telling you oxides of sulfur, oxides of nitrogen, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide released from coal. Correct, especially coal burning thermal plants. What happens? All this will go up, reacts with water in the clouds, comes down as sulfuric acid, nitric acid, acid rain. Okay, acid precipitation is called as acid rain. So please remember, oxides of sulfur and oxides of nitrogen. So most important contributor is volcanoes and thermal power plants, coal-based thermal power plants, and coal mines. Wherever we have coal mines, there also a lot of acid rain incidents are there. Right, next one, ninth. Okay, Ocean acidification. Ocean acidification. Ocean acidification. This also we have discussed in oceanography class. So what happens? More carbon dioxide in the environment, especially in the water, dissolved carbon dioxide reacts with water forming carbonic acid. The pH of the water will decrease. Ocean water is alkaline, 8.5 is the pH. Because of ocean acidification, correct, carbon dioxide reacting with water becomes carbonic acid. What happens? The pH is decreasing. So ocean is becoming acidic now. This is a threat to all species in water. This will lead to decline in all marine invertebrates. So that is a major threat. 9th one. 10th, coral bleaching. Yesterday I was telling you that this has reached the thermal tipping point. Yesterday's class, thermal tipping point, that temperatures have increased, so all ocean coral reefs are dying now in most places. Recently, remember yesterday's article, Australia article was there. Correct. They were saying that Australia is experiencing increasing coral bleaching incidence in Great Barrier Reef. That article was there. Like that. Okay. Only yesterday we were talking about thermal tipping point coral reefs. So coral bleaching is another threat, right? 11th. Overgrazing, overexploitation of any resource, including overgrazing, because we are increasing our cattle population, sheep, goat, domesticated animals we are increasing now. We are rearing them more. As a result, what is happening? Because of breeding more of these species, it is causing overgrazing, overexploitation of Earth's resources. Okay, so there is another reason. Right, 12th one I'll write here. Okay, mention pollution we have added. Oil spill, we can write all types of that comes under pollution only. Okay, we can add oil spill. Oil spill from refineries, pipelines, correct. We have discussed that in marine pollution. Okay, so in this pollution, marine pollution also will come, which we have discussed in the oceanography class. Okay, oil spill from refineries, from ship, all that. Okay, yes, we can add it as a separate topic. Next, which one? We can write monocropping, because some form of monocropping, there is plantations that we are having now, or it can be palm oil cultivation in Malaysia, Singapore and Indonesia. Now in Northeast India also, Andaman Nicobar also, government is planning palm oil plantations. Palm oil is a monocrop, means when you remove you have to remove the forest and then plant it. That will kill all species of plants, trees as well as wildlife. So we can write unsustainable agricultural practices. Unsustainable agricultural practices as one topic you write. I'll go to the next page. Unsustainable agricultural activities I'll write. Agricultural activities. Under that we'll write unsustainable agricultural activities. I'll go to the next page. Unsustainable agricultural activities. In this I will write A, monocropping, as you said, plantations. Plantation agriculture is a threat. Initially when the Europeans came, they came for spice trade, correct. They wanted a lot of places to be under plantation. So they introduced coffee plantation, tea plantation, spices and all. Correct. Large scale forest was removed. So that also has led to large scale biodiversity loss. Even today, if we are doing this, despite realizing that it's wrong, if we do it, then that is a grave mistake. So as a result, plantation or monocropping is very, very dangerous. So tea, coffee, spices, palm oil, all that, rubber plantation, all this is danger. Shifting cultivation. Shifting cultivation has been one of the major problems we are facing, especially in the tropical forest, by the tribes, practiced by the tribes, where they cut a patch of trees, burn it and then cultivate it for 3 years, then shift to the next patch. So they keep on shifting from one patch to another. Let's say this is the forest. First they select this patch, first patch. They cut the trees, burn it, cultivate it. After that they shift to next patch, second patch. This they will cut the trees, burn, cultivate. After that they will shift to the next patch. So usually 3 years, 2 to 3 years they cultivate one patch. After 3 years they shift to next. Then again 3 years they cultivate this, they shift to the next patch, so on, like this. So finally they come back to the original patch. So by then it will be almost like 12 years, correct, or 9 years after the cultivation of first patch. Again after 9 years they are returning back to the original patch. Again they'll, whatever bush thicket is there, that they clear, burn, and then grow again. This cycle will continue. This would cause lot of wildlife loss of wildlife here. So anyhow it is understood, shifting cultivation result in loss of wildlife, soil erosion also. Okay, so these two have been one of the largest. Then overuse of fertilizers, overuse of fertilizer, pesticides, insecticides, overuse of certain banned chemicals, pesticides, insecticides we are using. There is a particular pesticide, insecticides I will be talking about, diclofenac and all. So that is a separate topic where I will mention how certain chemicals we are using, pesticides we are using, is causing damage to the wildlife also to us, resulting in large scale cancer in large number of people in many places like Punjab region. So there is a place called Punjab mein cancer district hai, where there is highest number of cancer patients because of use of pesticide, insecticide in growing cotton. That has damaged their food chain, it has damaged their water resource, soil, everything. So as a result, a lot of people there has cancer now. So like that. So use of certain chemicals is leading to a lot of diseases. In Kerala also, use of certain banned chemicals has led to birth defects in kids. That is again another issue. I will discuss that separately. Okay. We have something called persistent organic pollutants. Certain pollutants which are introduced to the environment will remain forever. Means it will remain in the environment forever once you release it. Persistent organic pollutants, POP we call it as. That was not there earlier. Because of human reasons we release. Once they release, it remains in the environment forever, causing damage to the ecosystem. So the entire ecosystem starts declining because of them. So as a result, that is dangerous. Okay. So and these are the three main unsustainable agricultural practices. Rest of them are somehow manageable. Okay. So for excess use of fertilizer has also led to soil salinization. That is included in this topic only. So I am not going to mention further. So here you can write next 14th point, soil erosion. Soil erosion as a separate topic. Soil erosion. Then urbanization, okay, add. That is leading to death of all life forms in the urban areas. Urbanization, yes. Industrialization, urbanization, correct. We'll add it here. Urbanization, industrialization is also a main reason. Because industries release a lot of effluents, chemicals, that is causing a lot of damage. Okay. We can add eutrophication. Okay, eutrophication. Eutrophication. Increase in the nutrient levels in the water. Because we are using a lot of fertilizers in the agriculture land. That is slowly going into the water bodies through runoff, agriculture runoff. Agriculture runoff causes the rainwater to collect these nutrients from the agriculture land into the water bodies, lakes, rivers, oceans, seas. When the nutrient level increases, what happens? Algae starts growing. You can see the green color on the water. What happens then is algae starts growing in large scale. Algal bloom, we call it as. Due to the increase in the nutrient levels of the water like nitrogen, phosphorus, potash, algae starts growing. These algae eventually will die, decompose in the water using the oxygen. Correct? Converting it into carbon dioxide. So as a result, there will be more dissolved carbon dioxide, less oxygen. So all other organisms which are dependent there, which require oxygen, will start dying now. So death of a water body is called as eutrophication. So due to algal boom, first is nutrients will increase, first stage. First is agricultural runoff, first, where agriculture land say nutrients will move into water body. So nutrient flow increases to the water body. Nutrient flow increases. Nutrient flow means we are talking about nitrogen, phosphorus and potash. This causes algal bloom. Algal bloom. Blue-green algae will grow. This algae starts decaying now. Next, algae decay. This causes oxygen levels to decrease, carbon dioxide levels to increase, causing biological oxygen demand. So this is a sequence of events, starting from agricultural runoff to nutrient flow increase towards the water body, algal bloom, algae decay, increase in carbon dioxide, increasing the demand for oxygen. Once that happens, what happens? All the organisms which are dependent on oxygen starts suffering due to absence of oxygen. So they'll die. So then you can see a water body full of dead organisms floating on the water. So then it starts rotting there in the water. So there will be a foul smell also. Sometimes you are going there next to, that is the water body where there is eutrophication, you can see a rot smell, and then surrounding area starts, it gets affected. So that is again breeds many diseases like cholera, for example, typhoid, dengue, chikungunya and all, because that kind of stagnant water bodies becomes source of diseases also, okay, for that local population. So eventually what the people will do, they'll dump construction debris. They won't clean it, they'll start dumping some debris, waste and all into it. Then what happens, they'll bury it with construction material. After a few years, some builder will come, he'll build an apartment there or a mall. This is a cycle. That's how most of the water bodies eventually get converted into urban land. It was a water body once upon a time. Once it dies, what happens? People start neglecting it. Even the government also doesn't do anything. What happens? The builders take chance now. So as a result, slowly they convert it into some structure there. So as a result, the water body is completely lost. So please remember the 16th point. Okay, done. 18th, you go. Next, 17th one, next one. I'll go to next page. So I would write war. War. So everybody is talking about human casualties during war. During war, what happens? Like Russia-Ukraine war, you take India-Pakistan war, you take all the wars. We have been talking about how many people died. Have we ever thought the consequence of war or impact of war on environment, flora and fauna? Correct. So they'll ask a question. What is the environmental impact of war? Write that question somewhere. Environmental impact of war as a separate question. Okay. How a war can damage? It can damage air, water bodies. Very recently I was reading Ukraine-Russia war, what all happened. In one of the instances, Russians demolished a dam, bombed the dam, correct, poison the water somewhere. So like all this they'll do. There is no limit, there is no good and bad thing here in war. They'll go to an extent to damage the opponent, correct. So as a result, so they'll damage, it will cause a lot of air pollution, water pollution, correct, it will damage soil also, permanent damage to soil because of a lot of explosives, chemicals we are using. Then it will also damage flora, lot of trees are burnt. So during Russia-Ukraine war, I'll take an incident because only recently it is happening. So a lot of places in Ukraine was under pine forest. During the war, most of them were burnt. So what UN did, they started selling that wood. Whatever leftover wood is there, dead tree, they started cutting it and started exporting it. Whatever funds they got from that sale, they use it for women and children there, survivors. They created a survivor fund. You can imagine, the trees were sold to someone and whatever money they got, and they used that money for welfare of people there, women and children who survived the war, like that. So a lot of trees, all the plants and trees in that area also were damaged. Then a lot of animal death, casualty, especially birds, correct. These are all the consequence of war. So war can do a lot of damage. We only think about human casualties, correct. So only narrow approach we take during war, but we don't think about the environmental consequence. If you understand all this, what environment will face, because of war. I think humans will realize, okay, we should not go for war, but we are not that mature. We only think about our vested interest when we go for war, correct? Rather than thinking about the larger consequence on the environment. So everything takes a toll, you can notice, in that area. And those areas will become permanently uninhabited. After that, you can't go back and live there. If you think that after the war everything will be nice, no, there'll be no settlers after that. Okay, so as a result, this is again, war is again another problem. They'll ask this in the mains. What is the environmental impact of war? Please remember this question. Or environmental impact. Please write environmental impact of war. Environmental impact on war. Okay, of war. So try to develop an essay on it. Consequence of war. So right. Which one? Mega dams also we can write, yes. Large dams, correct, large infrastructure project, correct, reservoirs. I'll use the word reservoir. Reservoirs. What do you mean by reservoir? Means it stores water for future. Reservoirs have structures which store water for the future. So the word reserve. Okay. Reservoirs or dams. Dams. When you construct a large dam, what happens? It leads to a lot of deforestation. One, submergence of forest, loss of wildlife, loss of agricultural land, loss of, correct? So fertile soil, all that leads to a lot of damage eventually. So building reservoirs is not environment friendly. So we should build small ones, not big ones. So large dams can cause a lot of damage. So that is then whenever we go for constructing a dam, people oppose, because they are the one who are immediately losing land there. It might be beneficial for the country in a long run, but immediately to the surrounding people, they will face the problem. That is the reason you think about Narmada Bachao Andolan. Even today, the people along the Narmada river bank, they face the consequence of building dams. They still have not got compensation, and still they don't want any more dams in that area. So like that, reservoirs and dams, even any energy projects, thermal, nuclear power projects also can cause a lot of damage. We can talk about nuclear accidents, industrial and nuclear accidents. Industrial, I'll put this in one point. Accidents, like Bhopal gas tragedy. Okay, so I have a statistics. Give me 1 second, I'll tell you. Okay, see here, the Bhopal gas tragedy I'll take. One of the incident is industrial accident, Bhopal gas tragedy, December 3rd, 1984. Okay, this led to nearly 11,000 deaths. And means government data is 3,000. As per the other sources, 11,000 human deaths. Apart from that, there have been large scale death of dogs, cats, cows, buffaloes and birds in Bhopal. See, nobody is talking about other casualties of Bhopal gas tragedy, that apart from humans, a lot of animals also died. Birds also died during that incident. So that is methyl isocyanate was released from a company called Union Carbide. Methyl isocyanate. So as a result, a lot of animals also will be affected during accidents like this. So one more data I have. So Fukushima, all of you know. Fukushima nuclear let's say accident. In Japan, there was a reactor called Fukushima. In 2011, there was an earthquake in Fukushima that led to large-scale radiation fallout. So immediately around 11,000 people died. As per the data, 11,000 people died. Okay, 11 to 12,000. Okay, immediately. Aftermath, in next 1 week, around another 10,000 people died. That is human death. Come to this. So tens of thousands of livestock died on March 2011 Fukushima nuclear disaster में. There were 6,30,000 chickens, 30,000 pigs, so 3,500 cattle, and almost all domesticated animals like cats and dogs and birds in the house, they died during the accident. So all this is there, the data is there. So what happened to the Fukushima's disaster and how other species also perished during this. Correct? Whenever we talk about casualty, we only mention the human casualty. We are not talking about wildlife. So that is the reason I am adding nuclear industrial accidents also. I have taken two examples, Bhopal and Fukushima. So both have caused a lot of damage. So if you want to read, you just have to go to this. Okay, I'll write here only. Non-human casualties. See here, United Nations Scientific Committee on the effects of atomic radiation. We have UN SCIR, something like this. United Nations Scientific Committee on the effects of atomic radiation. So they have given the data. This is what I was reading. A lot of livestock was affected, plants and animals were affected during the Fukushima disaster. Okay, so all you have to do is like read this. Some news articles are also there. Okay, so please remember, you just Google it, you will get the data in case if you want the number. Right, next 20th. Nuclear, what else can we add? Natural calamities, yes, natural calamities. That is natural calamities like tsunami or earthquake also causes a lot of damage, yes. Natural disasters, correct? Or calamities. Natural calamities. Which one? Tourism to an extent, yes. Uncontrolled tourism, I'll write. Okay, uncontrolled. Uncontrolled tourism. Because every place has a carrying capacity. Let's say you go to any national park, it has a carrying capacity. So 100 people can go there, stay, see the wildlife and come back. What if 200 people go there? They will exert pressure on water, electricity, correct? Everything. So as a result it causes pollution. So uncontrolled tourism is also a threat to environment. Okay. So that is also added. Then technology. To some extent technology is good also. So we can not say. Let's say you can mention 5G. For example, when we started using 5G, let's say mobile communication, so a lot of bees died, birds died. That also we can talk about. Yes. So some new technologies which are not tested on animals can also be a threat. Yes. So we can I write this because that was one of the article I read. There was some article, okay, not established as of now, but still casual, there is some link with mass death of honeybees. So studies on radio frequency electromagnetic field, there is something called RF EMF, radio frequency electromagnetic fields, which include or 5G, Wi-Fi, 4G, suggest high frequency radiation acts as a sublethal stressor. So new emerging technologies can act as a stressor, sublethal, so which can damage to some extent, which might have led to death, because we as a species we can tolerate some levels of stress, but some organisms can't. Okay, so as a result this might be the reason why that has led to death of so many animals. Okay, so there has been a lot of research going on in this field, how it affects us. Okay, even today we have not understood how radiation, mobile radiation affects us also, so that is still in research. We can add that. So new technologies, new emerging technologies, can cause sublethal, means to some extent not lethal anta, sublethal stressor, can act as can act as sublethal stressors resulting in death. What else? That to some extent not that damaging. Global warming, climate change, that is there na, climate change you can write everywhere. If somebody asks you why are you not well, then you can write climate change also. So, so climate change has become kind of a word where we can use it everywhere. Okay. Which one? Desertification, yes, we can write. The spread of deserts into newer areas. Desertification. Desertification. Remember, while discussing landforms, Aeolian landforms, we were discussing desertification. Spread of deserts to new areas, sandstorms, desert storms, wind blown dust, all that. That is desertification, where sand is lifted from here, deposited somewhere else. Okay. Yes, please add. I think this list never ends. What else can we add? Light. Okay, that is also there, but to some extent we are rearing animals for food. So we can't add that reference. Then cloud seeding. No, not to that extent. Military exercises we can add. Anyhow, that is mentioned in war, that is part of it. So military exercises, we can't add it as a separate point since we have mentioned war somewhere here. Okay. Almost all added here. See, land use, land cover change also I have mentioned here. Land use, land cover, that also we can add. Poaching. Okay, we can add poaching. Please add poaching. Trade in wildlife. Okay, add two more points. One is land use, land cover, LULC. This word LULC itself you should remember from now on. Whenever exam paper mein something like this comes LULC, that means land use, land cover change. Land use, land cover change. Change in this also can cause threat to environment. Land use, land cover. Okay. Add poaching. Poaching and trade in wildlife. Trade in wildlife. Like zoonotic diseases, yes. COVID. Diseases we can add, na? We can just write diseases. Have we not mentioned diseases? Please add diseases. Oh, I think this list will continue today. So 26th is what? Poaching and trade in wildlife. So 27th I'll write here. Diseases. Correct. So animals also are prone to various diseases like fungal infection. It can be bacterial as well as pathogens. Any form of pathogens can affect all species on earth. Just like how it affects us, even other species are also prone to various diseases. That also we can add diseases. Okay. Anything else? Let's reach 30. 27 we have reached. Man-animal conflict. Yes, right. I don't mind because I'm open to suggestions and everything. Can I say everything human does? We can add it as a threat to environment. We have been like that, right? Man-animal conflict. See, everything we are doing, we are part of all this, and we are the threat. So let's say, sum it up now. All these have been a threat to biodiversity conservation or through environment. Indirectly, they can ask, what are the various threats over environment? Then also you can write these points. Okay. Various threats to biodiversity. Okay. So now all of you know what are the threats. So let's talk about types of biodiversity now. Quickly, let's finish this because I should have covered this long back. This was all concept topics. Initial classes only I wanted to mention. I was mentioning it, but I didn't show it as a slide. But this is going to come. They have asked this in prelims. So biodiversity is nothing but variety of life on earth. That is clear. 3 types of biodiversity we have. That is, one is genetic diversity at the genetic level. Okay, because every species, within a species there is some variation in gene. So that is genetic diversity. Other one is species diversity. So there is variation among the species of the same organism. Okay, that is species diversity within the ecosystem. Different types of species we have. Then ecosystem diversity. So there are three types of diversity: genetic, species, and ecosystem. Okay. So gene is nothing but basic unit of heredity, the traits we inherit. Correct. So it consists of DNA. So DNA is a code for life. What type of species has to be formed, how one species is different from the other, is decided by the gene. Okay. So as a result, we have genetic diversity. Yesterday I was talking about gene pool. So larger the diversity we have, better is the gene pool. Higher the gene pool, is the higher the chances of survival, facing diseases or any threat. If the gene pool is low, obviously they'll have a lot of genetic disorders and also prone to diseases. So genetic diversity decides the diversity of all life forms on earth. Okay. So variety of life forms on earth depends mainly on the genetic diversity. Then again, species diversity, different type of species. Within, for example, tigers, there are 5 subspecies of tigers now. Earlier there were 8 subspecies of tiger. Now only 5 surviving. Correct. In elephants we have subspecies. Every species we have subspecies now. Okay. As a result, species diversity we have within an ecosystem. Okay. And then finally, ecosystem diversity, because within an ecosystem we have different habitats. Correct. We have grassland, we have forest, we have moist deciduous, dry deciduous, evergreen forest, like that. Different biomes, we have different diversity. So all that together is called as ecosystem diversity. So 3 forms of diversity are genetic, species, and ecosystem. How to measure is the next topic. In mains they haven't asked this types of diversity and all. UPSC will never ask this kind of topics. They'll ask the previous topic we did, threats to biodiversity kind of topics, where you have to think and answer. They ask that. These are already there in the books. Okay. So this is only for the classroom purpose, that something like this we have. Okay, you can notice this image here. So you can see a kind of a Venn diagram, subset of each. You can see ecosystem diversity is the broader scale. Within that we have species diversity. Within that we have a genetic diversity here. Okay. So genetic diversity forms the base, foundation of all diversities. Okay. If genetic diversity is poor, it affects in turn the species diversity and ecosystem diversity. So as a result, genetic diversity in any environment is very important. Okay. So remember this. So chances of species survival depends upon its genetic diversity. Okay, so please remember this. So species, genetic, species, and ecosystem. Next, you can notice that whatever I just told you now, I have given here. Whatever I mentioned, I have written that here: genetic diversity, variation of genes within the species, key points, example, I have mentioned. Okay, so you can notice different varieties of rice or mango. In mango itself, there are so many varieties. Why? Because of the variation at the genetic level. Okay, rice also, we have 800 varieties of paddy in India itself. Okay, like that. So variety of different depends upon that. Humans with different eye colors, correct, blood type, all this all at the genetic level, decided by the genetic level. So please remember this. The species diversity, variety of species within the region. Example, Amazon rainforest consists of 3 million species. Correct. India is home to over 9 lakh animal species, sorry, 90,000 animal species, 45,000 plant species, like that. Okay, we have variety of species within our ecosystem. Okay, so examples I have given. So how to measure species diversity now? So this is important. So how to measure biodiversity? So we consider various ways of measuring biodiversity. First one is species richness in the region. Species richness. Okay, so it considers number of different species in the area. Number of different species in the area. Don't worry, I will give the notes like this here. I have given that here. Species richness. Then second one, Simpson diversity index, that I will explain later. Genetic diversity, ecosystem diversity, that I have mentioned here. You can notice one by one. So species richness takes into account the entire region. Imagine this is our study area. In this study area, all species taken into account, starting from insects to large mammals, plants to trees, or everything taken into account. So number of species within the area is called as species richness. Means animals like elephant is counted as one, tiger is counted as one, like that. Okay, how many number of species are there in that ecosystem? Like humans is counted as one here. So how many number of species are there in that area is called as species richness. So to study species richness, we have within species richness we have three types: alpha, beta, and gamma. Species richness we have three types. This will be in the exam. Okay. So if you take the study area like this, within this small area, first circle you notice, number of different species here within this community is called as alpha diversity. We call it as alpha diversity. So when you compare these two now, between this community and this community, what are the different species present? What is the change? From this to this, what is the change? And how this is different from this? If you study that, that is beta diversity. Study in change in the species is beta diversity. If you take the entire area, you can see entire area and study all the species in this area, including this and this, all of them together, that is called as gamma diversity. So gamma diversity is a broader scale. Intermediate scale is beta. Alpha is at the local level. Okay. So alpha, beta, gamma, three types of species richness we take into account. That I have mentioned here. You can see alpha diversity is the measure of species diversity in the ecosystem, whereas beta diversity measures the change in diversity between two places, between two ecosystems here. Okay, between two communities. Whereas gamma diversity measures the overall diversity of a large geographical region, of a biome or an entire biosphere is gamma diversity. Remember, alpha diversity, beta, and gamma. These three are there. Okay, all these three are the measure of species richness. How rich is that place? So you go to your Nalamala forest range or go to Nagarjuna Sagar. There you start identifying all the species there. How many plants are there? Tree species, animal species there. You will get a big list. That indicates the species richness of that area. Okay, all you have to do is, since you can't do this kind of surveys, so all you have to do is you have to just write species richness of, just like this. So it will show you India's largest tiger reserve here, Nagarjuna Sagar. I am taking that as an example. Okay, it has very high species richness, which is dry and moist deciduous forest, 80 mammals, 200 plus bird species, 54 reptile species, 18 to 20 amphibians, 55 fish species. Within fish there are 55 species, like that. Okay, key fauna they have mentioned. Then you can see all this mentioned. Different types of plants, see 962 species of angiosperms they have. So this indicates the species richness of that area. Different types of species, plants, animals, within plants, what are the various number of organisms present? That is species richness. Okay, that is I am measuring Nagarjuna. Then I will measure Nalamala, other places like reserve forest, Srisalem I will take, or somewhere close to it. It should be close to it. Then I will measure comparison those two places. That is beta diversity. Then if I take entire Telangana and Andhra, then it is called as gamma diversity. One place you take and measure, that is alpha. Compare it with the neighboring spot, neighboring tiger reserve or a national park. That gives us beta diversity when you compare. When you take the entire region as such, that gives you gamma diversity. Okay, how Nagarjuna is different from other places like Kaval Tiger Reserve. Okay, like that we can mention. So please remember this: alpha, beta, and gamma. All these three are the measure of species richness. Okay. So then come back to this. There is one. Then genetic diversity. One place you take, and within that, what are the variety of genes present in that spot? That is genetic diversity. Okay, in that area. Then endemic species. How many endemic species are there in that area? That is also an indication of its richness. Endemic means native, which is not found in other. There will be some species which is found in Nagarjuna Sagar, which is not found in other forest. So that indicates how many endemic species are there in that area. Okay. So for example, we say Nilgiris mein we have a flower, Neela Korunji. That is endemic to only that area. It is not found in Himalayas nor in Meghalaya. So that is the endemic. Okay. how much endemism is there in that area, how many native species in that area, that is endemic diversity. Then ecosystem diversity, we take into account the entire ecosystem and what are the various species found in it. Okay. So next is uniqueness of the ecosystem. How unique is that landscape? For example, we have Kebul Lamjo National Park in Manipur. It is a floating national park. That is the only floating national park in the entire world. Then Sundarbans. Sundarban is very unique because it is a mangrove forest. Image I had shown in the class. This one. Okay. It's an award-winning photo on National Geographic magazine. Okay. Melanistic tiger. So this is basically due to a genetic mutation here. So caused this due to inbreeding, because the tiger population in Simlipal is isolated from the rest of the other tiger reserve, where the male tigers couldn't migrate because of surrounding urban human habitation, railway tracks, roads and all. So it is very far from the rest of the tiger reserves. As a result, inbreeding within that has led to this kind of genetic mutation, led to this Simlipal tiger reserve. They'll ask which national park or tiger reserve you have seen melanistic tigers. So you should say Simlipal tiger reserve. So this is all what? Because of the, where is that? So this is all basically due to genetic diversity as well as uniqueness of the ecosystem, how different it is from the rest. So in this, one question was asked, this one, how do measure diversity? To measure ecological diversity, we use two index. One is Simpson index, other one is Shannon-Weiner index. Two indexes we use. Just write down, that is not required. Okay. Here you can see. This is first one is Simpson's diversity index. It's a bit mathematical. You don't have to do anything, just see. Simpson's diversity index, first one. Okay. Simpson's diversity index. It is a measure of ecological diversity of the area. Simpson's. It is given by this formula. You can see here. So it measures what is the probability that two species chosen from the sample of species appears to be same. Means like if there is a sample of so many species and if we select randomly two species we select, what is the chances that both of them appears to be same species, belong to the same species. So that probability studies. So what is the probability that two species chosen out of random of 100 samples appears to be same species. Okay, so it uses this formula to identify how much diversity is there in that area. Okay, so let's say it is taking so many species here, you can see here, so many species here, each species you can see how many numbers we have, like 2, 8, 1, 1, 3, like this. So summation of this is 15. Okay, you can notice this number of species, you can see n, small n is total number of organisms of a particular species that we are taking now here. Total number of this species 2, total number of this we are taking, that is small n, small n. Capital N, you can see total number of organisms of all species, capital N. Okay, capital N is total of all this. Total of all this is how much? 15. Now apply this to the formula. Apply this to the formula. You can see summation of n minus 1. You can notice. You will get this summation. If you add this, means apply this here, you will get the d value. So that will show you how much is the diversity. It ranges from 0 to 1. If it is close to 1, the number you get, if it is close to 1, means high diversity. If it is close to 0, no diversity here. So like this it is measuring the diversity. For example, in Nagarjuna Sagar we have so many species, correct, that we take. Tiger, how many tigers? Elephant, how many tigers? Like that we have to take the number first. Then we have to take the total of it. Take the total of all. We will get a big number. Then do n minus 1. That also will take the summation. Then apply it. So we will get some number. So if it is close to 1, you will get, if it is close to 1, 0.8, that means very high diversity. If it is 0.2, 0, close to 0, less diversity, like that. So These are the formulas given by various ecologists to study diversity of that area. Our national parks do this. Every national park, every tiger reserve do this. Simpson's diversity, another one is Shannon diversity index, they do to measure the diversity of that area. Okay, based on this only they will decide whether that particular area is very high diversity or not. How much is the threat? Man-animal conflict. Based on that they will declare that as a conservation status and all they decide. Why some places get lot of let's say conservation more than the other? Because of this. Those places which have very high diversity and if it is under threat from humans, they become hotspots. They become hotspots later on. So for going to that stage, for identifying that area as a hotspot, starts from measuring these diversities. We have to measure first by taking into account 2 diversity index. I just told you how it is measured. Only once they had asked, I don't think they'll repeat this again. Simpson diversity index is used to measure which of the following. Which of the following? Okay. So species diversity of the area. This is one index. Another one index is Shannon-Weiner. Shannon-Weiner index. This is again another formula is here. You just don't have to do anything. Just remember. See this. Shannon. This name you remember. Shannon index is also a measure of species richness. Both the index measures the species richness also, species evenness also. Okay. In some forests if you go, there will be large number of all species. For example, tigers also there will be more, elephants also more. Correct. Different species also will be in large number. That indicates species evenness. Okay. Species evenness means abundance. Abundance of each species gives us species evenness. Let's say if you go to a forest, there are very less number of tigers, but large number of herbivores. Correct. That means what? Species evenness is less. Relative abundance of the species is less. Let's say the tigers also more, leopards also more. Correct. Other herbivores are also more. So that means species abundance is more. Okay. So please remember this. So species richness and species abundance we take into account. If all the species are in large number, so that indicates abundance is very high. Abundance is very high. So I know this bit different, but this is how it is. So Shannon index and Simpson index both measure species diversity, combining both number of species as well as their abundance. If you take number of species, that is species richness. If you take their abundance, species evenness. Okay. So please try to understand. You can notice here, as an example we took, where is that another example we took? You saw here so many species of, you can notice mammals only. So many are there. Tiger also will be large in number. Sloth, bear will be there. Sambar will be there. Dole will be there. Bear will be. Every species will be more, na? It will be hundreds and thousands. So that indicates abundance. Different species present here. That indicates species richness as well as abundance both. Okay. If you take all the species, so many species here, that indicates the richness. Number of each species if you take, if it is more, abundance. Abundance. Please remember. Okay. So both the index we are using now. So this is about biodiversity. This is not required. Okay. So we have covered biodiversity, types of biodiversity, measure of biodiversity we have covered. Okay. For measuring biodiversity, we taken into account 2 index. That also you know. Okay. 2 popular index. I had taken one example of Bandipur National Park, Karnataka. You can see, just like I gave you Nagarjuna Sagar, another example was Bandipur. Okay. You can see it also has large number of plant species also. It also has a lot of animal species also. So species richness is very high. And numbers also very high. Tiger numbers, elephant, deer, all these are very high. So abundance is also very high. Okay. So then government will decide to give more importance, more fund, more conservation efforts. If species richness is less, abundance is less, that place will not get much importance. Now you know why some national parks become popular. So as a tourist, let's say I am a tourist, I want to go somewhere, want to take some photos. Where will I go? I'll go to this kind of places where there is more abundance and also richness. So chances of seeing tiger is more. Chances of seeing lion is more. So what if I go to Kawal Tiger Reserve? There are 3-4 tigers there. What is the chance of you seeing tiger there? Very low. I'm not blaming it, I'm just telling you the example wise. Here there are 400 tigers in Bandipur. Chances of seeing tiger is very high. So as a tourist, they also see the abundance and richness of the place before going for, let's say, this kind of visiting these kind of places. So I just selected this because 50 years of Project Tiger we celebrated here, Bandipur National Park, and Prime Minister visited Bandipur and released the document last year. As a result, this became very popular. Already Bandipur is very popular, but because of the report, 50 years of Project Tiger was released where? In Bandipur Tiger Reserve. They might ask, where is Bandipur National Park Tiger Reserve? Where? Karnataka, southern Karnataka. As an example, and also current affairs. Okay. So we have covered a lot of topics related to biodiversity. Next, one of the major threat, one by one I will mention all the threats, like important ones here. Various threats we have mentioned here. One by one I am going to select them and explain. Not all, but especially this kind of topics where I have underlined. Okay. So today I am going to do forest fire. Give the heading as forest fire. Mains question. What is forest fire, types of forest fire and its impact on biodiversity. Okay. So this has been one of the biggest problem we are facing today, forest fire. Because every year, this is a recurring event. What is recurring? Year after year. So it is happening and there is no solution to it. And we are unable to stop it also. There are certain calamities we are facing which we are unable to tackle nor prevent. So those kind of events can cause a lot of damage to wildlife. And forest fire is basically due to natural events also and due to human activities also, anthropogenic also. Okay. So nearly 10% of the forest fire incidents that are taking place, correct, are natural. Majority of the forest fire that are taking place today are anthropogenic, means human induced, intentional fire I am talking about. This is called as a natural fire. Natural fire due to lightning and all. This is called as intentional fire. What is intentional? What is intentional fire? One second. Intentional fire means intentionally set on fire. Intentional fire with an intent of causing damage to wildlife. So I'll tell you an example, very recent example. 2 years ago, there was a village in next to Bandipur. So three youth from that village, they set the forest on fire in 3 spots. Main reason was after the fire, they were arrested and all. They said the tigers used to cause a lot of damage. Many cattle have been killed by the tiger. So we were angry. So we set it on fire. Intentional fires. Okay. So for any fire to break out, we require fuel. Correct. Fuel is the main. Some fuel, dry leaf is a fuel here. Correct. Heat source is required. Heat source can be lightning. Okay. Then oxygen. Oxygen is important for combustion. For any fire to continue to burn or for combustion in large scale, it requires these 3 things. Okay. In forest, the dry leaf is available in large scale. Litter, humus, organic matter is present in large scale. Correct. Especially in summer months. Correct. What happens? It catches fire very quickly. So this is one part. So 3 types of fires we have. 3 types of forest fires. First one is crown fire. That upper part, canopy of the tree catches fire. This is mainly because of lightning. Okay. Crown fire is the upper part of the tree catches fire. Second type is surface fire, where the surface litter, dry leaves, plants, twigs, branches catch fire at the bottom. Okay. Dead wood. Third one is ground fire. Ground means below the surface. Okay, also called as zombie fire, because this is hidden inside the ground. So the coal present inside, humus present inside, dead organic matter. Correct. Peat. Remember peat? Peat present, that also can catch fire. In Jharkhand there is a mine, Jaria coal mine. So it is like it has caught fire and is burning inside. That is ground fire. Also called as zombie fire. This is very dangerous because it burns without anybody noticing. Correct. Also the smoke also will be less. As a result, everything is trapped below the ground. Many days will pass before you realize there is a fire. These two are visible to us because we are all on the surface. This and this are visible. Satellites also can take note of this. Today we have satellites around the world. ISRO's satellite, NASA's satellite, identifying spots of fire, and we can take some measures. But this one, you can't. Zombie fire, so it's called as. Okay, ground fire, surface fire, ground fire. 3 types of fires we have. Okay, so so mostly the trigger is because of the high temperatures nowadays, because of the global warming, climate change. Temperatures are increasing very drastically. Okay, and also low humidity. Low humidity makes it dry. When the humidity levels are very low, air is dry, soil is dry. Correct. If it is raining, what happens? If it has rained, humidity will be very high, moisture will be very high. As a result, fire will trigger is less. Whenever there is no humidity, obviously chances are very high. Then another trigger is wind. Windy conditions. Windy conditions are a major trigger because wind will spread the fire. Usually fire is localized. Fire is a localized event. Localized event. What wind does? It will blow the fire into new places. The wind is what? Air in motion. It will push the fire to new places. So causing fire to spread. Fire to spread. Okay. So the main triggers are windy conditions, low humidity, high temperatures. Okay. So that is when most of the fires are very difficult to control. Okay. So please remember, ground, surface, ground. I'll show you the photo related to this. So most of the fire events that have taken place today are natural, and natural fires are easy to dose also. A lightning can cause a fire, and automatically the rain that follows will dose off the fire. Remember, every conventional rainfall, evening rainfall, thunder and lightning is common. Along with that comes rain. So as a result, most of the forest fires that occur along equator, highest forest fire occur along the equator and tropical regions. Okay. So and all these equatorial forest fires are naturally dosed off due to the rain that comes along with lightning. So whereas the tropical ones are a bit dangerous because it starts spreading in different directions. Okay. So please remember. So I'll show you that. Where is that? 1 second. See, forest fire. See, this is crown, where the upper part of the canopy is on fire. This is mainly due to the lightning strike. The upper part of the tree catches fire whenever there is a lightning. Then other one is surface fire, where you can see the surface, dry leaf, branches, twigs, dead wood catches fire. Ground fire is something below the surface, sometimes going many feet below, because of the presence of peat, humus, dead organic matter already present inside. That catches fire. That is ground fire. Zombie fire. This one. 3 types. Okay. So sometimes the surface fire goes up, because remember, fire results, correct, whenever there is fire, the hot air goes up. When the hot air goes up, the flames go up, catching this part also, turning it into fire. Yes. So as I said, most of the surface fire eventually end up into crown fire, and crown fire sometimes the wood will fall, causing the surface also. Okay, resulting in large scale loss of wildlife and trees, vegetation, everything. Okay. So I told you. So crown fire we have. Then spotting is the event when there is a fire in one place. So suddenly the wind blows, the fire spark jump and fall into the new place and spreads. spreads in new place. That is spotting. That also is very common. Phenomena where fire brands are lifted by wind. Correct. Fire is lifted by wind and start new fires ahead of the correct main fire. Okay. Main fire is here. The wind will lift the fire and spread it in new areas. Okay. That is called as spotting. Spotting is there. Spotting is very common. Firestorms are also very common. Because of wind, what happens? The fire spreads in different places. Most recent one is California. Southern California wildfire. That is one. And Australia. Australian wildfire. These two are the two incidents you have to remember. Okay. Because a lot of casualties took place in Australia also. And in Los Angeles area of California also. Okay. Both were. And also remember I was telling you, local winds. Local winds are the reasons of this fire to spread to new areas. In California I was talking about Santa Ana. Santa Ana is a local wind that spreads fire in California, I was telling you. So similarly here in Australia, Brickfielder. Brickfielder is a local wind in Australia that is responsible for fire in most part of the southern and eastern Australia. That also you have to consider here. Okay. So local winds can also spread fire. Okay. Like our Loo in central India and North India can also cause fire to spread. Okay. So you can see natural events like lightning, volcanic eruption are natural. Volcanic eruption also can cause fire. Okay. Man-made event means arson is intentionally somebody is setting up on fire. Campfire, remember people go to the forest, they set up campfire and all, they just want to spend some night dancing around it and all, then that spreads into the fire. So discarded cigarette butts, correct, that is again very dangerous. And debris burning is sometimes you all the debris is there, you start burning it and that goes out of control and starts spreading into surrounding areas before you know. Okay. So all that is human caused reasons for fire. Okay. So already I mentioned here, so especially the weather is a main trigger. High temperatures, low humidity, dry conditions and wind. Okay. Topography also plays an impact. Sometimes when there is slope, mountain slopes means fire will spread faster. So steep slope of the mountains, correct. Fire always travels faster uphill, slower downhill. Any forest ऐसा है, while going upward the fire will spread faster. While moving down, fire will spread slowly on the downward slope. Okay, so that you remember. So topography also can change the way in which we deal with fire. Okay. So Forest Survey of India, FSI, Dehradun. As per this data, as per the Forest Survey, you can see nearly 36% of India's forest cover. Remember, forest cover of India is 21-22%. Okay, without taking green cover. Only forest cover if I take. So 36% of India's forest coverage are prone to frequent fire. So most important states facing are Andhra, Assam, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland and Uttarakhand. These are the states with regular, frequent, I am saying, every year they face forest fire. And also you notice Chhattisgarh, Odisha happens to be highest lightning incident also. Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Bihar are the places with highest lightning strikes also. While discussing lightning I was telling you. Okay. So you can notice as per the FSI 2021 report, total forest cover in India increased 0.48% between 2013 to 2021. Our forest cover has slightly increased by 0.48%. In the same time, number of forest fire detected has went up by 186% in that period. So number of forest fire incident has also increased significantly. Okay, detected or increased, you can notice. How we detect and all, I'll tell you next. Satellites and all we are using, all that. So forest fire, everybody thinks it has negative impact on environment. Forest fires have some positive impact also. Correct? So forest fire, I agree, it has negative impact. Killing a lot of trees, animals, species, diversity. Both species richness, species abundance decreases during forest fire. You understood now? Both species richness and species abundance both decreases during forest fire. So once upon a time, a popular national park with rich biodiversity abundance will become a very poor national park after forest fire, because it will destroy the richness as well as abundance. So please remember this. So what is the positive impact? I'll mention first. This is for mains. They'll ask positive and negative impact. So I have given from the notes point of view. Only the highlighted one you notice now. Okay. Positive impact would be to kill all the invasive species, because in every forest there are some plants, some animals which are not native. They are dominating now. Forest fire mein what happens? Those native species are the one which will go extinct first. Correct? Forest fire will cause the extinction of those invasive species, alien species. So the local species, native, endemic species will get a chance now. After the fire, only those species will survive, which are fire tolerant. And also remember, fire is a way of succession. Remember ecological succession, we are discussing primary succession. After the primary succession, once the climax is reached, the secondary succession starts after the fire. So the fire is a way of, nature's way of progression. Fire is a nature's way of beginning the next succession, ecological succession. So after the fire again, the plants start growing again, grasses start growing again, trees, forest starts growing again. So from pioneer species back to climax. In the secondary succession, the trees that come in the final stage, they'll become more fire tolerant. They become more fire tolerant now. So they'll be able to withstand fire. So this is how the forest regenerates itself. And every fire will add a lot of nutrients to the soil, because fire burns everything. And all that nutrients will go back to the soil, enriching the soil, increasing its fertility. Wherever we have seen forest fire, those areas the forest regrows faster. So nutrient cycling, fire acts as a nutrient cycling, adding lot of nutrients, macro and micronutrients back to the soil, eventually increasing their regeneration. Okay. And also it cleaning the forest floor. Most of the forest floor consists of dead wood, dry leaf, all that will die, all that will get destroyed. Okay. Sometimes the wood is there. So the wood catches fire, it becomes hollow. The outer bark is left, inside will burn, resulting in kind of a habitat for animals. So that kind of a hollow brick or hollow timber is a nesting ground for various insects, animals, eventually start living inside those dead burnt wood. Okay. So it's a habitat for animals also, plant germination, nutrient cycling, invasive species gets killed, cleaning of the forest floor. And you can also add that ecological succession. So fire is the nature's way. Fire is the nature's way of ecological succession or secondary succession. Okay. So please remember the positive impact of forest fire. I am not saying forest fire is good. I understand it is dangerous. But in case of any natural forest fire occurs, it also has some positive. But man-made forest fire is dangerous. That we have to add. Okay. So what is the positive impact of forest fire? All of you know. So just remember this first highlighted part, because rest is with you. You will get it. Okay. So please remember positive impact of forest fire. What are the negative impact? Already you know. So we'll see once more. So I mentioned, you can see what I have mentioned in red. Obviously forest fire causes decrease in forest cover. Already our forest cover is less. As per National Forest Policy, we should have 33% forest cover. 33% of our geographical area should be under forest cover, as per National Forest Policy 1988. But whenever there is forest fire, what happens? Our forest area declines. Forest cover declines. Green cover declines. Correct? So tree cover, forest cover, everything comes down during the fire. Then it damages the forest productive power also. Because every time there is a fire, forest fire kills most of the evergreen vegetation, which has reached climax. Correct. Obviously, the next plant that grows back will be from the grass again. Plants, grass, deciduous, then evergreen. Again, it has to go through the succession. So the productive capacity of the forest fire is damaged. Remember, forests are carbon sinks. Brown carbon we call it as. Forest acts as a carbon sink. Every day the photosynthesis takes place, the atmospheric carbon dioxide is absorbed, carbon is stored, oxygen is released. That carbon is called as brown carbon or green carbon. We call it as green carbon. Let's call it as a green carbon. The carbon stored by the plants. Okay, what happens when the forest fire occurs? All that carbon is coming out. Carbon dioxide is released. Can I say greenhouse gases will increase? Release of CO2. The forest fire causes large scale release of carbon dioxide, which was earlier trapped. All that carbon trapped in the trees will burn, resulting in release of greenhouse gases like CO2. We know CO2 is one of the prime reasons for global warming. Okay, so that is again, it has a role in climate change that we already are suffering from. So also it results in loss of wildlife, birds and all. Correct, lot of animals will die. Okay, that is again one of the biggest trauma is animals losing. In Australian bushfire, Australia में जब forest fire हुआ, nearly 500 million species died. 500 million. You can remember the kangaroos died, koala bear, wallabies, dingoes, those animals we had a lot in Australia. All of them perished. 500 million. You can imagine. 500 million species died during the fire. So there is a significant loss actually. Correct. Decreasing forest cover is one side. Loss of wildlife is another. In some books, instead of using forest fire, they use wildfire, bushfire also. Be careful. All right. The other name for forest fire also you should know. Forest fire, other names are wildfire or bushfire. In Australia they use bushfire. Okay, in some places they use wildfire. In case if exam may they use wildfire or something like that, you remember it is they are talking about forest fire. So loss of wildlife and obviously loss of livelihood of the people also. A lot of tribes are living in the forest. They will be harmed, one. Plus their livelihood is lost. A lot of tribes live around the forest collecting non-timber forest produce. Correct. Their main source of livelihood is the forest. So forest fire is a major threat to them. Okay. In many places we have seen flood is also another reason, because when the fire occurs, what happens? The ground vegetation is cleared. Correct. Trees act as a mechanical barrier for flood. Natural barrier, mechanical barrier for flood. So when the trees are destroyed, plants are destroyed, what happens? The water comes over, causing flood also. Okay. So what are the negative impact? Positive impact. Both you know. Okay. So this is the mains. What is the, till now they haven't asked. Not even one question in GS3 on fire. So if they ask, now you know. Okay. I am expecting this question actually. So impact of war on one question and forest fire is another question. So now how to measure, mitigate. Okay. So normal, if you ask any forest guard, they will say in every dry season, before the beginning of dry season, in India only we'll take as an example, March, April, May, highest fire occurs during these 3 months. Okay, before monsoon. June onwards, there is rainfall across the country. As a result, fire incidents are less. June, July, August, September, October, May, fire incidents are less. October also fire incidents are less because the moisture is there, soil moisture is there. After the rain, soil moisture is there, so fire accidents are less in October also. But November onwards something happens, dryness. It becomes cold and dry in many places across the country. So fire season in India starts from November actually. Because many places it becomes dry. You can see moisture content decreases now. It becomes dry in November, December, January, February, March, April, May. The peak is March. Okay, so remember, so heat is very high in March along with dryness. Lack of moisture triggers fire. So the fire season in India starts from November till June. November till early June. Peaking in March. So this you remember. Okay, peak is March, April. So normal forest guard, if you ask them how to control fire and all, they'll say fire breaks, fire line they call it as. So what they do, every January, February, so they go into the forest, wherever there is dry leaves and all, they clear it. They accumulate it and burn it themselves. So they create a fire line. If the fire line is created, what happens? Even if there is a fire this side, that fire won't spread, because already this leaf, the litter is already burnt. The fire can't spread. Ground fire can't spread. So they create a fire line. Or they take a JCB. They take a JCB and clear a patch of forest. Trees they only clear. So there is a fire break. It's called as a fire break. Even there is a crown takes fire, from one tree to another tree it won't spread. Fire break they call it as. So I'll show you. Fire break looks like this. Fire break, fire lines are created. See here, this kind of patch is cleared. You can notice they have made a road here. This will help them to move also within the forest. So you can see the fire is stopped here. It can't spread here into this area. Why? Because there is already cleared. That area is cleared. There is no leaf, litter, dry leaf here for it to burn. So fire break. And large area is cleared, so it can't spread also. So this gap is there. From crown to crown it won't spread. So fire line and fire breaks are created. Back burning. Another method is back burning. If the fire is spreading from that side, they start burning the leaves here from this side. They start burning like this from this side, so that the fire stops in the middle somewhere. It is called as back burning. All of you got it? The fire is spreading from one side, let's say. Slowly it starts coming. So forest guards, what they'll do? They'll take fire, so they start putting fire here. So the grass start burning slowly like this. Eventually the fire stops here only. This is called as back burning. So this obviously won't spread the fire to this area here. Okay. So by doing this, not one person can't do this. There will be hundreds of fire guards, forest guards. All of them have to burn along this line. So they start pushing the fire or stopping the fire there only. This is called as back burning. Back burning. Other method is water lines they have to create. They have to put water here so that the fire don't spread. Okay. See, you can see a lot of firefighters. What they are doing here in the forest, you can see here. They are only intentionally they are setting this on fire like this, so that they'll burn this. This dry leaf is there, litter is there, dead vegetation is there. That they will only burn it, so that when the fire comes here, there will be nothing for it to burn. If you remove the fuel only, correct? Nothing. Fire can't do much here. Okay, so back burning they do. So another negative impact is loss of firefighters. If I show you the statistics, you will die. How many forest guards and watchers have died preventing forest fire? That is also there. Okay. So back burning. So I mentioned that also here. Where is that? So now you can see education and environmental improvement. That is one way. Creating awareness about fire among the tribes, among the people who live along the vicinity of the forest. And as a tourist, when you go inside the forest, they say do not smoke or do not throw the cigarette out of the window or something like that. So they say that why? Because this can result in a fire. It can break out a fire. Okay, inside the forest area you should not do campfire and all. Okay, that can result in fire. So removal of surface litter, establishment of watchtowers. Why watchtowers will help the guards to identify where the fire is. Okay, that one. Awareness. Then advanced equipment like used by the firefighters, walkie-talkies it can be, or it can be a fire hose and all to spread water. All that should be given to the workers. Better jackets should be given. Most of our forest guard go inside the forest wearing the same khaki they are wearing. Correct? So that is the reason why most of the casualties have occurred. So then well-equipped personnel. Well-equipped means the same dress and all. Then use of technology like satellites, remote sensing satellites and all. Okay. So today we are using all this. Today we have a, let's say, forest fire alert mechanism has been set up by FSI, Forest Survey of India. So they disseminate information to all forest across the country using this sensor on board the NASA satellite. moderate resolution imaging spectroradiometer, MODIS. MODIS is a sensor, okay, on board this Aqua and Terra satellites of NASA. Using this sensors, the satellites tell us where the fire is, which spot of the forest, because forest is very large. If they tell us where exactly, latitude, longitude, all of you know latitude, longitude now. Our firefighters, forest guards can go there directly. Okay. So sometimes the fire is in the middle of the forest. Then we use helicopters. Helicopters, have you noticed? So they have a kind of a bucket. They take the water and then put it over the fire. Okay. So that also you remember. Disaster management plan on forest fire also we have today. So we have established a plan to mitigate forest fire. We have something called One Agni geoportal. See this. Forest Survey of India has come up with One Agni. What is one forest? Agni, fire. One Agni geoportal. This is a app by FSI, Forest Survey of India, to alert fire in various states. Okay, remember these three. Okay. So all aspects of fire I have covered. Positive, negative, types of forest fire. Correct. What is the mitigation methods, how to identify, okay, that you remember. Okay, so you should remember this. So I told you helicopters, may we have this water buckets, it's called as Bumby buckets. Okay, Bumby buckets. Helicopters, attached to the helicopter, it goes and brings water from some lake and puts it over the fire. So this is called as Bumby buckets. Use of Bumby buckets. Use of Bumby bucket. I'll show you this. This is a Bumby bucket. Okay. So recent Nilgiri forest fire. Indian Air Force, they use their Bumby buckets to douse off the fire. Okay. So they can ask, what is Bumby bucket? What is it used for? So it looks like this, you can see. Some reservoir is required, that is another part. Most of the time I have seen forest fires and all, the reservoirs are dry, nearby reservoir, lake is dry. So where will they go? They have to go very far to fetch the water. So that takes more time. Correct. Overturning time is very high. So that is again another part. So it lifts off that one. Pilot controls the valve. There is a valve below. As it comes towards the fire, he opens the valve. Water comes down. Okay. So these Bumby buckets are very helpful when the fire is in the middle of the forest, where the fire personnel can't reach. Fire personnel are, obviously they will be very far. So as a result, Bumby buckets will help. Okay, so please remember. So this is what I was talking about, fire line, fire break. Okay. Any doubt? So next is pollution. Please write heading pollution. Because in the threats to biodiversity, I have taken one here, then I will mention pollution also. Okay, then we will go to other topic. This is very small topic that I will cover some other day. Pollution is again another small topic we can cover. Just give the heading as pollution. We can give the introduction today. Tomorrow we can continue. So this topic is already over in geography actually. If you ask me, most of the topic already I have mentioned. Remember particulate matter pollution, the PM 2.5, PM 10 and all. Similarly, water pollution, marine pollution and all, soil and all we already discussed. But we just have to highlight it here. And all conventions related to pollution I have to cover. Okay. So just give the heading as pollution. So pollution is introduction of contaminants into the environment. Okay, please write introduction of contaminants. Introduction of contaminants into the environment is known as pollution. So basically contaminants are substances which are harmful to nature. Contaminants are substances which are dangerous or harmful to the environment. Harmful to environment or dangerous to environment. When I say environment, is humans included, animals, plants, everything included here. Okay, dangerous to environment in general. Okay, so introduction of contaminants into the environment is pollution. So human beings and pollutions are synonyms. Correct? Human beings and pollution are synonyms. Why? Because everything we do will lead to one type of damage or the other to the environment. Okay. So as a result, man is responsible, is a source of pollution. Okay, main source of pollution is humans. Okay, human activities I am adding. You visit any place in urban area, you notice everywhere we go, we litter everything. The plastic is there, waste is there. One thing or the other, you notice something there. You visit a forest, correct? And you notice how animals live and how they have kept their environment. There is nothing there, no unwanted things are not there at all, no contaminants at all, correct? So whereas human habitation, you can notice lot of waste added everywhere, litter everywhere, waste, correct, which are harmful to us also, to environment also. Okay, so as a result, you understand what human environment looks like, what the animals, how they live in general. So as a result, I am saying all pollution, source of all pollution is humans. Okay, because as per UNEP, United Nations Environmental Program, till 19th century, till industrialization, the sources of pollution were very low. Environment was cleaner till 19th century. After the 19th century industrial revolution, when our population also started increasing and also industrialization began, pollution also started increasing. So all the pollution related aspects we are facing today is post industrial revolution, post urban explosion, human explosion, population explosion. Remember I was telling you 1830, 19th century, where our population was very less, started increasing. Then only all this problem started. Till then, pollution also was very low. Our earth had a cleaner environment before industrial revolution. So that is the reason source of pollution is human activity. Next, right, types of pollution. Today we will identify, tomorrow we will quickly cover. Many of which we already have covered. Like for example, National Air Quality Index. National Air Quality Index, correct, all that I have mentioned already. So I said that we can quickly finish this topic. Air. In air, we also mentioned PM pollution, particulate matter pollution. Water, soil or land, noise, light, thermal radiation. Do we have marine pollution, part of water? Anything else we should add? Radiation also I mentioned, light, thermal pollution I mentioned, noise, soil, land, water, marine, air and PM. PM is particulate matter. In tomorrow's class I will finish this topic. We will give more importance to this and this, because these two are not known. At least everybody knows air pollution, water pollution, soil, to one extent we know. But noise, radiation, light or thermal pollution, will do this and finish this topic. Please revise National Air Quality Index, particulate matter pollution, marine pollution before you come to the class, because already we have covered these two. Okay, so we will cover this in in climatology class. I have covered this, acid rain and all, correct. Water pollution also I have covered in oceanography. Okay, Marine pollution we have mentioned. We are expecting questions on this radiation pollution, impact of it on humans and animals, noise pollution to some extent. Okay. So we have covered a very important topic today, that is about biodiversity, types of biodiversity as well as threat to biodiversity and fire, reasons for fire, forest fire, types of forest fire. Okay, and one second, I'll show you one topic. So this particular application uses NASA's data, and it shows fire now around the world. Why it is not coming? 3D. See this one. Where is fire accidents? So many. Oh. The entire country is burning or what? Hyderabad also there is a fire. Huh? See here. Let me click on this. Maybe heat source it is showing. Hours tracking version. Okay. So this I'll check and tell you. Okay. This seems to be very like. Maybe the heat source also it is identifying. Okay. See, fire information for resource management system. Okay, forms. Fire information for resource management system. So they are showing where all there has been incidents of fire like this, using this satellite images and all. Okay, so we have a lot of technology nowadays, especially satellites and all, we can use to monitor live fire around the world. It's okay, so we'll continue tomorrow. I told you, right, like highest number of fire occurs in the tropics, tropical region. Okay, equator and tropics.